I'm glad that consistently works for you. Oh, my camera is... I thought I fixed this before I streamed it. Or, but not before I streamed, yeah, just earlier, but thankfully it wasn't too bad. That's good enough. Hey, yeah, I'm glad that that works consistently for you. It is just funny. It is, like, literally funny. It's all the horse. True, true. You gotta train with your horses. You can't just let them only do all the work. Although actually it's kind of funny because I was worried I gained a lot of weight on my Japan trip because like I was out and about and walking a lot, walking more. Uh, it's also true. Um, I was out about walking a lot more, so I'm like I'm getting a lot of exercise, but I'm like eating in vacation mode, right? Like I had a lot of fried chicken at the convenience stores. I had a lot of desserts and sweets and candies that I wanted to try. Um, Drank a bit. Uh, had more soda than I have been lately, and came back and I was like close to the same weight, close to the same weight that I did when I left. So I was like, I'll take it. I'll take it. I guess I was mentally just hoping I was going to do enough exercise to burn it all off, and it looks like I did. So, yay. Also, speaking of Japan, I had a couple... Before I start, there's a couple things I wanted to mention that I forgot to in my last video. One thing is that, so, when I visited my friends, or when my friends visited, or finally came over, and the same time that I was there, we went out drinking one night, and I said we got really, really drunk. But they had, we had a few different kinds of drinks, and there was one that was like a pomegranate sour that was really nice, and then we had one that was like an ume drink, and it comes with like an ume plum in there, but it's like pickled, right? Because that's what they do with it. But the drink itself was really, really sweet, really tasty, very, very tasty. But you know the plums at the bottom, and so like I ordered one, and one of my friends ordered one, the other one didn't. But like he's been in Japan a lot before. And then, we're finishing, and he's like, oh, you gotta eat your plum. And I was like, and my friend across was just like, yeah, okay. Puts it in his mouth, and his face was just like, it was just like, this ain't sweet. This ain't sweet. Because it's pickled, right? So, so it's like, it's your time. Like, I'm not putting that in my mouth. I'm not putting... And so, like, my other friend's like, okay, fine, I'll take it. And he took it. And the one who told us to eat it, he was also just like... and, like, he's done it before. So he's like, he knows what to expect, but it's still just like... So that was pretty funny. Also, I posted this on Blue Sky, and starting the Paranormasight reminded me about this. So I remember in Paranormasight when we started, I was just like, I'm not going to any parks after dark in Japan. What favorite do you think? Let me just think. Well, first let me think while I tell the story. So I was like, and then I was just like, yeah. Guess what I did? I was it was like really late. I was walking back from Shinjuku back to my hotel, and I cut through the park, and it was like, every time I've been to Japan, no matter where I've gone, I've always felt pretty, like, comfortable, even if in some of the alleys and such, I've been, like, fine. But being alone in the park at night was a little unsettling, and it wasn't even like, oh man, it's going to be spooky or not. It was just, I'm here by there's just not enough people around. There's just not enough people around that's like, Markov, true. That might have made it a little unsettling, although if I did see Markova, then it would be a little bit of panic town. But yeah, it was just, if there was like a bit more people there, I think I would have been fine. But the fact that I was by myself, basically, I'm just like, I'm a hurry up to the nearest exit here. Let's see, favorite new thing I did. Honestly, I think actually just going to Osaka was nice. Because again, I've been to Tokyo and I went to a lot of familiar places in Tokyo still. So that was fun. Honestly, I think the favorite thing might be the chicken cutlets. Well, it was the beef cutlet sandwich. Although I really wish I paid for the premium one. That was, I think, probably my favorite like new food I tried, which I didn't try too much. Alone in the Park. One day you'll finally make good on your offer, right? But yeah. Just trying to think what else. I got some Ramune gummies that I really liked. It was not a big hit with the some of the others here. But you know, I think Ramune flavor is. I don't know how you would describe Ramune flavor. But pleading into fried. The fried ramen sacks are also just really really good. Like I got them on a whim. And because I was just like, okay, let me just go to this Lawson 100. What's here? And I was just 100 yen, sure, I'll take a bag. And I went back to the hotel and I just demolished it in like 3 seconds. And I was like, I need to get more of these. I'm gonna have to get more of these on this trip. So honestly, in terms of snacks, that was probably my favorite new snack that I tried. There was some that my sister offered that was like, there's like a corn one that was actually pretty good. The egg bolos were interesting. I think they were like almost like soft melty meringue. And then there was another one, I just can't remember what it was, but I had it. I had it before and I couldn't remember it. I was just, I could eat this if this was in front of me, but I'm not tempted to really grab onto it. It'll probably be good. Yeah, honestly, good life advice. Good life advice. But yeah, actually, it's also interesting because I remember I told my sister that I didn't see much for Mune, like, at all. And my sister thinks it's because it's kind of seen as a summer drink, so a lot of places aren't going to carry it. Unless you go to, like, maybe, like, an actual, like, big grocery store. Then they'll have it. But there was a lot of Ramune flavored things. Like, I mentioned the ice cream and I got, like, a Ramune ice cream, popsicle, which was 70 yen. So, like, man, I can't, like, I feel like you go to I haven't bought a popsicle in a while. But I feel like you don't get, like, popsicles that cheap at the corner store anymore. But yeah, and it let me pay in Canadian, so it was like 60 yen, or 60 cents, like 62 cents, and I was like, oh, this is great. Yeah, basically. Like, the only Dollarama, I swear, has, like, cheap chocolate bars. If you're going to want a chocolate bar, just only go to Dollarama, because everywhere else you're paying, like, $2 for that shit, and yeah. I've had classic, and I think I had strawberry when I was at the Ghibli museum last year. But honestly, I wanted to have more ice cream, but I just didn't do it. Although, actually, no, there was these ice cream vending machines that were actually pretty good. And I got like a Ramune. It was like Ramune float, so it was like vanilla and Ramune, and I really like that. And just the quality of the ice cream is pretty good. Yeah. Honestly, that's one thing I actually, like I said, that's why I snacked and ate so much candy on my trip, is because, like, it was like, oh, this is like a better price generally. Well, some of them is, some of them aren't. Some are, some aren't. Depends on where you go to. But it was just like, yeah, some of these are pretty good. Anyways, enough about my trip. I think it's time to start Paranormasight. Which, I mean, I'm sure everyone here knows. So Paranormasight I played... Is that loud? That might be a little loud. I think that's better. Okay. So, I'm sure everyone knows, this was, like, my favorite game I streamed in 2024, I think? Yeah, it was 2024 I streamed it, because it was 2 years ago. And it was just really, really good. Probably one of my favorite games I've streamed ever at this point. So, suddenly hearing that there was a sequel, I remember there was going to be a manga, but I didn't think there was going to be, like, an actual game sequel, so I'm really happy that they did this. There wasn't a big opening cutscene to start this time, so... But with more... Yeah, right? The stream I did yesterday was too... Yeah, right? Right? It's just... It was, like, not even much build-up. It was just, like, I think of, like, a Nintendo Direct. It was just like, here's Paranormasight. Comes out later this month. And I was just like, what? What? So... We'll see. Hopefully, I remember the first game had some really good lore. There were, like, 1 or 2 jump scares here and there, but, hopefully you won't get too startled anywhere. Yeah, it's back. It's a storyteller. How wonderful it is to see you again. I am the storyteller, your guide to the world of Paranormasight. Now then, I understand you may be keen to dive into our story, but there are some important matters I must address first, so please bear with me a while longer. I hope Mio comes back. I hope, like, the Mio and the buddy detectives come back. That would actually be pretty fun. Or, like, Richter Kai. Because, like, I think they're in the manga, because the manga, like, the bookmarks that I had those characters. Like, it had, and I think Mio looked a little different than she did in the game, so. First, this game uses autosave. The game will automatically save at regular intervals, so you may stop playing at any time. Perfect for streaming. I remember when I also watched this on Rita's stream, I was just like, he's wearing a mask. He isn't actually, like, an old man. He could be an old man, but, like, if you look at his chin and his other features, I don't think he's bald. Just... Next, please take a look at the upper right of the screen. This is the menu button. Yeah, when I was playing, I never realized, and as soon as I saw Ryuta playing, I'm like, wait, yeah, no, there's, like, separation there, and his skin tone is, like, different. And then, yeah, and then he turns around and you see the strap. From here, you can check the text log, view files, and adjust your settings for auto mode. You can also adjust the volume and other game settings in the option menu. There was no voice slider this time, so we won't get that's not gonna be a puzzle, huh? We won't get that metal puzzle, probably. If you find that certain effects make the text difficult to read, you may turn them off. I recommend you check the brightness controls and other settings now before continuing. Dude, that was just funny, cause, like, honestly, like, I didn't get stuck on it, Ryuta didn't get stuck on it, because, like, it does stick out, right? Like, it's just like, why was this an option if there's no voice acting? And then you're like, how to play. Oh, that's just, yeah, there's nothing in here. Okay. I thought there was a second one for some reason, but... Now let us go over the basic controls. Games in your control, you may move the right stick to the right. Yep. Round after your turn. I was reading a little bit, but I'm just like, this is just instructions. We'll once again be able to move after this, so try... You'll once again be able to move after this, so try taking a look behind you before turning back to me. Wonderful, well done. You may also select the face of an individual in front of you to talk to them. Please, go ahead, try with me. Bravo, a fine display. There are times when you will be presented with options such as these. You may find it useful to use the directional buttons to select your desired option. Who am I? Oh, you've forgotten who you are, have you? But there's no need for concern. It is for that reason that I am here to guide you, after all. You may be confused at first. The continuing through the story should allow you to remember your true objective. Once you have seen everything, an option has to offer a checkmark will appear next to it, like so. Shh. Do not fear, you will come to know where we are eventually. That is all for my explanation of the basic controls. I'll explain other essential functions when the time is right. Yes, there is one more thing I wish to confirm before we continue. As you may know, I previously served as a guide to a different tale in the world of Paranormasight, one concerning the 7 mysteries of Honjo. Should not be doing... Yeah. Like, I definitely get why they do it in this, just because, like, it's supposed to be like a, aha, I see more about you type of thing, but it's also kind of like, come on, it's just my Steam name, you get it. Trainer Big... And I also gave, like, Ryo a heads up, just in case it's like, okay, if your Steam name is something that, you know, you don't want displayed on screen, just giving you a warning that this game does that at the start. That's not his bad dog boy slapper. You wouldn't be familiar with the events of that tale, would you? I am. Is that so? So we have met before then? You looked quite different during our previous encounter, so I failed to recognize you at first. My apologies. In case there is nothing I need to warn you about. I believe I have kept you waiting long enough. The tale you are about to experience concerns a number of legends passed down in Ise Bay, a stretch of sea bordering the Mie prefecture. Specifically, those legends involve mermaids. Yeah. I was wondering if it would, because, but yes, as the subtitle suggests, our subject this time is the wildly familiar mermaid. That one's had a few too many drinks. Since ancient times, a great many legends about mermaids have been passed down in countries all around the world. In Japan, many of the legends famously include the idea that eating their flesh grants immortality. Yeah, we know this from Puyo Puyo. Very educational game. Don't do it, Haru. The tale of Yao Bikuni, which continues to be told in such places as Wakasaka Province, modern-day Fukui Prefecture, is perhaps the most well-known. The legends have spurred those with a yearning for immortality to seek out mermaids since ancient times. That reminds me, actually, like, in my time in Japan, I think in Harajuku, I found, like, a store that was selling, like, ukiyo-e merch, and I was just like, oh, man. Oh, I forgot her name. I'm just like, oh, man, that girl in, Amane, I think her name was Amane in, Paranormasight. I'm like, would she be, like, happy about this, or would she be like, nah, this is baseless commercialization of, this is not true appreciation of the ukiyo-e. Of course, as I just mentioned, these are only some of the many legends concerning mermaids that exist across the globe. Well, one of us is probably correct. Indeed, many have sought out mermaids simply due to fascination with their status as rare and mythical beings. They have also served as the inspiration for countless creative and artistic works throughout the ages. Wouldn't know about that. It would seem that mermaids possess a mysterious charm that has captivated the human heart for myriad reasons, irrespective of era or culture. Let's see. Mie Prefecture is located in the eastern part of the Kai Peninsula. I've not been down there. In central Honshu. The Japanese mainland. And falls within both the Chubu and Kinki regions, measuring 170 kilometers from north to south and 80 kilometers east to west. It has a narrow, elongated shape and is known for its rich natural diversity that differs greatly between its northern and southern regions. The varied and abundant nature of Mie Prefecture has led it to be known as a land of great beauty since ancient times, even back when it was still known as Ise Province. It was also reported to be the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world, which led to the establishment of Ise Shrine as a place of enshrinement for the goddess Amaterasu. Ah, man, I know about Amaterasu. I played her game. The eternal world is said to be a realm across the sea separate from one in which we live, often described as an eternal paradise. Ise is seen as the land where the waves from this world continually broke, connecting the material world and the world beyond. Famous to see. Okay. So this is stuff that you can do there. Local specialties. Ise udon, of course, you know. Ise seafood. Matsukasa beef. So, you know, if I visit Japan, I'm just going to take a screenshot of this. Or if I visited Japan again and go down that way, I could just screenshot this and be like, yo, can I see the birthplace of the Iga ninja clan? Ise Bay, also known as the Sea of Ise. Ise Bay is an enclosed bay located in central Honshu, although its exact range varies. In this game, it refers to the area of sea surrounded by land up to the line drawn from Cape Irago in Aichi Prefecture to Cape Daio in Mie Prefecture. Okay, so like that's the line. I'm glad again. This is just the picture. Kairai? I see. A general term for half-human, half-fish being. The first recorded appearance in Japan of a creature believed to be a mermaid was more than 1,300 years ago in the Nihon Shoki Chronicles of Japan. At the time, the term mermaid was not yet in use, and most records are anecdotal reports of sightings of creatures resembling both fish and humans in various places. In ancient Japan, as well as other parts of East Asia, depictions of mermaids often blur the line between human and fish, frequently portraying them as grotesque monsters. The Middle Age saw the spread of the legend Yao Bikuni throughout Japan, which claimed that eating mermaid flesh could grant eternal youth and longevity. In the early modern period, the image of mermaids diversified, attracting wider public interest. Mermaid mummies were exhibited in sideshows, and illustrations and literature featuring mermaids became more common. See, now that one is a little bit more, I still just like, there's like a robe, so you don't see the transition from human to fish, so it just goes straight into, let's see. It was also during this time that the depiction of mermaids as having the upper body of a human woman and lower body of fish became more widely recognized. Got some classical art here. I mean, this is still also classical art. Although the details vary from country to country, the most common depiction of mermaids in the West likely stems from the sirens of Greek mythology, sea monsters that over time can be represented as the familiar half-fish, half-human figures. These mermaids were thought to be more akin to spirits or fairies in nature, enchanting those who encounter them with their beautiful feminine appearance and singing voices. Many records of mermaid sightings by sailors during the Age of Discovery have been preserved, and some theories suggest that mermaid sightings and their associated legends may have, in fact, originated from a sea mammal called a dugong. Ah, yes. The files added just now should provide a general overview of the terms that came up in our conversation. Good old dugong. It seems you have already taken a look, but I do recommend reading them if you have the chance. They may allow you to enjoy the story even more. Words highlighted in pale blue usually indicate that there is a related entry in your files. Now then, allow me to introduce the primary setting of this tale. The majority of our story takes place on Kameshima, an isolated island in the waters of Issei Bay. What's new on Paranorma TV? Mermaids, apparently. We're gonna discover them. An island situated between the Atsumi and Shima peninsulas and the most distant of the 4 populated islands under the administration of Toba City in Mie Prefecture. It is an area of approximately 0.7 square kilometers and a population of about 900. The island's name comes from the turtle-like shape with kame, meaning turtle in Japanese. Yeah. You play enough, you watch enough anime, you play enough video games, you know kame. Yeah, no, it's not very big. That's 900 almost seems like a little a lot. Well, I guess that's not too much. A kilometer is pretty big still. Famous for its landscapes and other beautiful scenery, Kameshima is a popular location for tourists year-round. Recently, the island's youth organization has been leading a revitalization effort to boost the local economy and strengthen the community, creating an island logo and a mascot character, Kamashimaru, which are expected to bring more people to the area. Yeah, I'm just like, how much people can you bring? Like, again, like, you have to be able to fit them in a 0.7 square kilometer island. You'll be experiencing the events through the eyes of a young resident of the island, one Yuza Minakuchi. If nothing else, please remember that. I believe this ends my initial explanation. Bon voyage, and do enjoy the tale. Source works fiction based on existence. Yep. Kamishima is a fictional island with no counterpart in reality. I see. Damn, no mythical turtle island? Did you come to see me, or did I go to you? I cannot recall whether it was a dream or reality. I cannot recall if I was asleep or awake. Back in the 80s. I think it was was Paranormasight in the 80s, or was that like the 70s? I feel like it was like somewhere around then, if I remember. I just can't remember if it was 70s or 80s. Right, this should do it. All good to go, Yusa? Yeah, ready as I can be. I feel so light, I bet I could even outswim a shark. Good luck with that, buddy. Don't test it. Yep, pretty safe. No more than that. I was born for this moment. The legend of Shima's patron saint of diving begins today. Dude, I wonder if it's gonna be like Paranormasight 1, where like, oh, this is this main character, and then he dies. I'm just like, ah, oh, here are the actual main characters. Yusa Minakuchi, apprentice Alma diver, 18 years old. Was in the 80s? Okay, that makes sense. A man born and raised on Kamishima, although generally quiet and serious, he has an eccentric side that often sees him make jokes and wisecracks with a straight face, catching whoever he's talking to off guard. After losing his parents in a large-scale maritime accident 5 years ago, he was raised by his grandmother, veteran AMA diver Tsuyu Minakuchi. He briefly found work at a seafood processing plant in Toba after graduating high school earlier in the year. Asked me anything. Yeah, it's like, oh, what did you see down there? How long have you been a diver? What's your favorite place to go after you go diving? But upon hearing that Tsuyu had injured her leg, forcing her to retire from diving and causing difficulties in her daily life, he quit his job after only 3 months and returned to Kamishima. At present, he is caring for Tsuyu while looking for work on Kamishima, as he recently made the decision to follow in Tsuyu's footsteps and become an AMA diver himself. Though he has been unable to bring himself to enter the sea since the disaster 5 years ago, he is hoping that his previous aptitude for swimming will lend himself to a natural talent for AMA diving. His current diver rank is 1. Quite an introvert as a child, he began to show a more animated side upon befriending Kaza Kamoi, a boy his same age, and it eventually became a common sight to see them getting up to mischief together. Although the maritime disaster 5 years ago saw a drastic shift in the way most Kamishima's inhabitants treated Yusa, Azami alone continued to treat him the same. Even now, it is not uncommon for Azami to find himself caught up in Yusa's eccentric exploits, but he is always quick to laugh and follow his lead. It's like, dude was just like sport. I was like thinking, was that the I can't remember. He's done a few ones on like game shows and such, and some of them have been like, it's like, oh man, this, the one with like the Shaquille O'Neal game show where it's just like there was like zero charisma going on, and that sounded like a rough watch as a game show. Oh, is that the one where you have to? Yeah, the one where you have to. They had to like. Someone could override the answer, and one guy did it, and with the completely wrong answer. Yeah. I remember that. Cause after being called out, that he was just like, "Oh, you should stand up for yourself more, or whatever." When you had the right answer, so he just did that, and you're just like, "What?" Whoa, that sounds pretty impressive. But this is your first time diving out in the bay, so don't push yourself too hard, alright? Yeah, I know it's my first time, but somehow I'm brimming with confidence. I just know I can land a massive haul if I try. Well, I'm glad to see you're raring to go, but make sure you don't go too far from the boat at first. Best friend, Azami Kumoi. Like, on one hand, I'm like, it could be fun. Like, I do swim. I do like swimming and going in pools and whatnot, but like, the ocean is still like, there's some stuff down there that I'm just like, I don't know if I feel comfortable around it. Let's see, 19-year-old fisherman. A young man born and raised on Kamishima. He has been friends with Yuza since childhood. He has a friendly and caring personality, and his willingness to help those around him have made him someone islanders of all ages rely on at times of need. His father was a fisherman, and he accompanied him out to the sea on his boat from a very young age. As a result, he grew up never doubting that he too would one day become a fisherman. After his father died in a maritime disaster 5 years ago, his mother, an ama diver, took on the responsibility of raising Azami and his much younger brother on her own. During the close season for diving, when his mother worked on the mainland, Azami was responsible for looking after his brother. After graduating middle school, he refused his mother's suggestion to attend high school and quickly obtained a 4th-class boat pilot license while helping with fishing around the island. He is now able to take his father's small fishing boat, the Saiyan Maru, out on fishing trips on his own. He has a frank, easygoing relationship with Yuza, his childhood friend, and the two often get up to mischief together. Although he was happy for Yuza when he left to attend high school on the mainland and later found a job there, he also felt somewhat lonely. For this reason, he secretly welcomed the news that Yuza would be leaving his job and returning to Kamishima to take care of his grandmother. Yeah, as soon as I said Saiyan, I was like, wait, no, I know a Saiyan. That's not how it's spelled. No need to worry, Azami. You just focus on getting the grill ready. We're having a feast tonight. I love this 3D boat. I'll hold you to that. Okay, what kind of spooky thing we're gonna see here? The diving minigame will now commence. Follow the instructions to get used to the controls. Then press dive when you're ready. Okay, Yuza, this is your first time. This is your first dive, so you won't want to stray too far from the boat. Yeah, right? When I was like level 1 diver, I was like, okay, that's just no. We might have to raise up our diving stats. Remember to swim up when you want to come back to the boat. If you don't remember anything else, remember that. It's your first time out here, so even a single catch is a huge achievement. Don't get greedy and come back quickly. Yeah, right? Options. 2 words and then Oh yeah, I love that when it's just like you select an option, it's just like, okay, well that changed like 2 words. Or just think of that one ProZD skit where it's just like King Dragon sends his regards. Only 2 controls are needed. Stick, look around, confirm button. This will be automatically to switch to between swim, harvest, and return to boat depending on the situation. That's your catches. decrease in damage, your bed runs out. But you turn the boat anytime by returning your viewpoint upwards and selecting return to boat. Now should continue to decrease on the way back, so don't. I got an achievement. I got an achievement, and it said a terrifying experience at sea, and the only text is fail, fail. Period. Oh, I'm like wasting oxygen by I'm like sitting there. Yeah, I remember those days. Okay, looks like you're warmed up. Let's go out a bit further so I can look for something bigger. The biggest catch you can get at this time of year is probably the abalone. Snagging one. Snagging just one is something to be proud of. But remember that sea creatures are living things. They change places every time you dive, so be careful. Those are the diving controls. Can abalone a fish? True. So I have to calculate based on the number feature of rank. Light updates. Okay, stay underwater longer, swimming faster, gather. Okay. Ama divers. To search Ama, I like how we got art here. The term Ama, most often written with characters meaning sea and woman, generally refers to women who free dive for shellfish, seaweed, and other marine products. It is said that they practice free diving both to prevent overharvesting and to help protect the marine environment. Ah. Though ama divers operate in many regions in Japan, the Toba and Shima regions are known for having the highest number of ama divers. These regions also exhibit customs unique to the area, such as the practice of carrying objects with the Saiman and Doman symbols to ward off misfortune. Even within Toba and Shima, rules of practice can vary greatly. For example, the practice of wearing white attire over the wetsuit is a common practice only in the Shima regions. Despite the high population of ama divers in Ise Bay, there are none to be found north of Ise City. This can be explained by the difference in the seafloor composition between the two areas. While sandy seafloor near Ise allowed for net fishing, the rocky seafloor in Toba and Shima areas made net fishing difficult, leaving the adoption to freediving as an alternative. I don't remember, Ziggle. Abalone, harvest by ama divers in Kuzaki town in Toba, has traditionally been processed into ceremonial dried goods known as noshi awabi, which are then presented as an offering at Ise Shrine. This practice is said to have originated when Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the princess who enshrined Amaterasu at Ise Shrine, was searching for a suitable food to offer to the gods. Represented with the abalone, the by an ama diver named Oben, the princess found them exceptionally delicious and decided that abalone would be the primary offering for the region. As a result, the ama divers of Toba and Shima have a strong connection to the region's Shinto rituals, and there are some regions where they perform ritual dances as offerings during Shinto festivities. Getting called out there. Although Alma is sometimes written with characters meaning sea and man, when the diver is male, this game uses only traditional characters of sea and women when the language is set to Japanese. Good to know. If I ever set the language to Japanese, just so Toast can practice. When using the harvest action, perfect harvest may occasionally occur, instantly depleting your target's resistance gauge with a single action. The higher dive rank, the more likely to achieve a perfect harvest. According to your gather log, each has an individual variation, and the low and highest amount of points you've achieved for each catch will also be recorded. Once you record the highest and lowest numbers possible for that catch, a star mark will be added 2 points. Okay. So the scallop is also just like, that's just what you, that's the only thing you can get. Bivalve with a shell that comes in a range of bright colors: red, purple, and yellow. Also known by the local name of Pagai. It's not like you have to master everything all at once. We can take off whenever you're ready. Shit? What the hell is that? No, get away from me! No, I knew! There was a question mark there. I was like, something bad's gonna happen. So, don't do that. I'm just surprised I went back into dive failed. Like, I was just like, huh? Ah. Right, let's leave it at that for today. Good work out there, Yuza. Huh? Done diving already? Was there a shark down there or something? Seems I was in worse form than I thought. Hey, no need to push yourself. You feel any different now? Did your body undergo any weird changes? No, I feel exactly the same. Nothing changed. The same old Yuza I've always been. Guess we're a bit off the mark, huh? What do you want to do now? Well, let's talk about the hole. Azami. Before we head back, can we talk for a bit? Sure. I'm glad we have like the pouty faces come back. Just. I'll always love that. Let's tell Azami. Someone was diving just now. A giant hole in the seabed you never heard of before. Yeah, those rocks around it look like they'd only recently collapsed. So I think it probably opened up within the last few months or so. Now that you mention it, there was a pretty big earthquake around here about 3 months ago. Maybe that had something to do with it. Oh, that's right. That would have been before I got back. Anyways, if you saw a giant hole in the seabed, you'd be curious about it, right? I sure would. Curious enough to take a look inside? It'd be pretty dangerous, but I guess I might, yeah. Right, so I went closer to try to get a better look. Did you see anything? When I looked down the hole, a ghost or something that looked just like me suddenly rose up from the depths. A ghost that looks like you? It swam towards me with its hand outstretched. It looked like it was trying to hand something to me. Or maybe it was trying to tell me something. Man. What did you do then? Did you take its hand? I did. I felt I couldn't resist somehow. I guess even the patron saint of diving does foolish things sometimes. The only thing I was patron of was carelessness and lack of proper vigilance. It sounds like there wasn't much you can do about it, though. Hey, Yuza? The thing you ran into, do you think it could have been a Tomokazuki? Tomokazuki? Let's look at the ocean. She's located in the waters near the entrance to Ise Bay. As such, there are strict regulations on both the time and places ama diving is allowed. This is Azami Kumoi, my best friend. I've known him since we were both kids growing up on Kamishima. When I told him I wanted to become an ama diver, he was quick to offer his full support. True. Those are the most accurate personality quizzes out there, I'm just gonna say. This fishing boat, the Saiyan Maru, belongs to Azami's family. I don't have a boat of my own, so Azami was kind enough to bring it out for me. It used to belong to his dad, so it's getting on in years, but he takes good care of it. It seems he's hoping to keep using it for years to come. Tomokazuki, but why would something like that be here? Huh? You never heard of it? I guess not even all the folks around here know about it either. It does sound familiar, though. The Tomokazuki is a sort of ghost story around these parts. The story goes that sometimes when diving, an ama diver will come across another version of themselves, an exact copy. The other version of them will be holding out something they want, like an abalone. Something they want. When the diver reaches for it, the Tomokazuki grabs them and drags them to the bottom of the sea. Whoa, that's scary. Wait, the Tomokazuki I saw wasn't holding anything. It wasn't? Oh, that's different. Maybe I forgot it at home or something. At home, huh? The abalone? Yeah, the abalone. Maybe you left it at home. Maybe the Tomokazuki is more careless than the legends let on. You're pretty forgetful, though, so maybe it became such a perfect copy that it imitated that aspect of you as well. Oh, that damn Tomokazuki. It knows me. It knows my every weakness. Now that you mention it, though, I do remember that story from when I was younger. I guess the fact that I forgot the story really proves how forgetful I am, huh? No worries, it was a while ago, you know? So, did anything happen after you took its hand? I don't remember. When I came to, I was back outside the hole. I thought maybe I blacked out due to lack of oxygen, or it had been some sort of hallucination. Yeah, I guess that's possible. But if that's the case... Insert laugh track here. That means I stopped you just... Wait, that means I stopped you just to talk about some hallucination I saw. And that would be super embarrassing. Some people do say Tomokazuki legends might have come about because divers are seeing things when they run out of air. But hey, it's no big deal. Even if it was a hallucination, the most important thing is that you're safe. Still. I can't help but wonder about a hole suddenly appearing like that. Yeah, it's pretty weird. By the way, you know those symbols on your diving gear? Symbols? Yeah, the Simon and Dolman. No, Seimon. And Dolman. The ama divers around here all have them somewhere on their outfits. Oh, this is my mom's gear, so I didn't know. People say those symbols work as a charm to protect divers from the Tomokazuki. Interesting. If I ran into a Tomokazuki just now, wouldn't that mean the charm didn't work? Maybe, but it could be thanks to the charm that you made it back safely. The sea's a dangerous place even without the Tomokazuki around. Things could have been even worse without the charm to protect you. I see. So, without this charm, I really could have been attacked by a shark. Glad I hadn't then. Seriously, a shark would be no laughing matter. Sorry, gonna need a lot of water for this stream. A long time ago, in a small village on one of the islands in the Issei Sea, there lived a young ama diver known for her exceptional skills. Ah, yeah, that would track, right? One day, the wind was strong and the waves were higher than usual. Undeterred by the turbulent weather, the young diver dove into the sea and couldn't find even the smallest shell to bring back, yet alone any abalone. Determined to find something, she dove even deeper into the ocean until she paused, sensing a presence behind her. Turning, she felt an undeniable sense that someone was watching her from a shadowy crevice in the rock. Finding this strange, she ventured closer, only to come face to face with a diver who looked exactly like her. She floated there, stunned, The other diver extended her hand. In it was an abalone, larger than any she had ever seen. The young diver was memorized. She had to have that abalone no matter what. She reached out her hand to take it. Suddenly, when her fingers were mere inches away from the abalone, the other diver's hand shot out and grabbed her arm. Shocked, the diver frantically struggled to pull away, but it was too late. Slowly, inevitably, she was dragged down into the depths of the ocean. Over time, this being came to be known as Tomokazuki, together diver, due to it taking on a identical appearance to its victims. Divers are warned never to accept Tomokazuki's offerings in the depths, lest they suffer the same fate. The Tomokazuki is still greatly feared by ama divers in modern times, and the Seimon and Domon symbols inscribed on items they take with them while diving are charms set to protect them from it. Protective symbols widely known by ama divers in Shima and Toba. The star-shaped symbol is known as the Seimon, and the lattice-like symbol is known as the Domon. The two symbols are often embroidered side by side or drawn on clothes using purple dye made from shells. They are worn by ama divers when diving to ward off potential disasters that might befall them at sea. Can I look at the turtle? No, can't look at the turtle. Hey, Asami, about the Tomokazuki just now. Yeah? Does it have anything to do with what we're looking into? Unlike past recollection chapter, Yuza Mina Kazuchi, something I want to do. My apologies for the interruption. I'm just glad he's like right here by the boat. I'd like to take this chance to inform you about the unique ability of yours, the recollection feature. But to make things clear, I must first tell you about the story chart. From here, you will return to this screen. The story chart at breaks in the story, or from here on, yeah. You see, the story you will witness will not necessarily unfold in chronological order. Ooh, okay. This screen will allow you to see where each chapter lies in the grand scheme of things, as well as select where you wish to proceed next. The icon for a chapter is, if the icon for a chapter is not dim, that indicates it has not been fully completed. Generally speaking, completing a chapter will unlock the chapter immediately after it. However, there will occasionally be times when a recollection button will appear during the story, as you experienced just now. Pressing this button will allow you to delve into a memory evoked by certain words in the text, which will in turn unlock a new chapter, a past recollection chapter for you to experience. A most remarkable ability, is it not? Once you unlock such a chapter, it will become available in the story chart for you to peruse as you wish. This ability will be key to unraveling the tale before you, so do make sure to press the recollection button whenever you see it come up. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. If so, could your mom have become an ama diver because she wanted to find the Tomokazuki? But she wouldn't have worn something with this charm on it if that were true. Good point. So I guess once I get to the thingy, like when I get to the story chart, that's when I can look at it. Is that all you wanted to talk about? No, there's more. Actually, this might be the most important part. I realize there's something I need to do after this. Something really important. Hey, so you found a new lead down there after all? I'm serious. If I don't pull this off, something terrible's gonna happen. Hey, I believe you. Go on, tell me everything. I wonder if I wonder if the underwater gathering is like different than from this. Like, that's gonna be like, just because that's like grayed out, and but I don't know if you can complete a section like that. But yeah, now we're on the story chart. I'm gonna take a quick stretch break. It has been an hour somehow, and I haven't made much progress. Well, I mean, I'm reading out text, so it's gonna be a lot slower than how I played the first game. But I'll be back in a bit. Don't go too far. We'll be seeing what this recollection is when I get back. Hey, okay, I'm back. Got my... I think I have enough water to at least let me to the next stretch break here. I was gonna say, today's gonna be a little bit shorter stream because I did start a little bit later. But I figure we could get a pretty good taste for the game, and then, plus I got streams tomorrow and Tuesday, so... Let's check out this, this prologue, this recollection. I also know it's at the... No space. Thanks, Sigil. I see. If you say you want to be an amateur diver, then, of course, you've got my full support. But something tells me you're not just doing this for Tsuyu. People are bound to talk if you become an amateur diver here. You must have some other reason. What big enough to risk everyone running their mouths? I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, Azumi. It wouldn't take me even 0.2 seconds to see through one of your lies. So what's up? Tell me everything. These are the ruins of an old wartime building in Kante Kisho. The buildings were abandoned, so hardly anyone ever comes here, which makes it the perfect place for a private meeting. And at Kante Kisho ruins. The remains of this wartime structure are located atop a hill in eastern Kamishima. It was constructed to observe the impact points of shells fired from a test firing range operated by former Army Ministry at Cape Irago on the opposite shore. Similar observation facilities were built on Sugashima Island and in Ijika, a town in the Shima Peninsula. Having been abandoned after the Second World War, the observation post has since fallen into disrepair. An entry is now forbidden to the general public. I gotcha. I should be able to tell Azami everything, right? He's got a lot on his plate. Azami agreed to meet up the moment I said something. He's been looking out for me ever since I came back. I can ask for a better friend. Hey, Azami. What I'm about to say is going to sound pretty crazy. You still want to hear it? Sure, bring it on. Thanks. I'll come right out and say it then. I'm looking for a mermaid, and I need to find one by tomorrow. Oh, a mermaid, huh? And by tomorrow at that. That's gonna be tough. I'm being serious. In fact, I've never been more serious. I do have to find a mermaid by tomorrow. I can tell you're not joking by the look on your face. You've got some sort of reason for saying that, right? Saying this, right? Go on. I'm listening. Thanks, Azami. Is it okay if I talk a little bit about the disaster 5 years ago? This disaster, huh? If you're okay with it, sure. I was in middle school at the time, and my parents had taken me out into the bay on a little fishing boat. This massive storm came out of nowhere and sank all 3 boats that got caught up in it. I was the only one who survived. Yeah, especially since they did mention about the whole, like, immortality thing or whatnot. Southern Sea disaster. A localized storm that broke out in the sea to the south of Kamishima around 5 years ago, resulting in a maritime accident, which in a total of 10 people went missing. 3 fishing vessels that had set out to sea from Kamishima were suddenly caught in an unanticipated storm and foundered. Foundered. I don't think I've ever seen the word that used. Huh. Okay. Leaving all but one of the 11 fishermen. Yeah, it's legit. I just haven't, like, I'm pretty sure, like, I had to, like, look it up, but leaving all but one of the 11 fishermen and AMA divers on board missing. Ah, okay. Murasa's focus. Yeah, see, it's Toho's coming in clutch here for this entire stream. When the ships were later dredged up and searched, not a single body was discovered. The sole survivor was Yuza Minakuchi, who was a middle school student at the time. His parents, Tosuke and Mare, as well as Azami Kumoi's father, Kyokichi, were among the victims. Locals in the area reportedly heard an eerie rumbling from the sea on the morning of the incident. List of casualties. Miyasai fishing vessel Daiichi Kyosui Maru, founder. Captain Koichi Kyokichi Kumoi and all 5 crew members reported missing. Small size fishing vessel Ome Maru foundered. Captain Yukiji Nishikawa and 1 passenger, identity unknown, reported missing. Small size fishing vessel Minakuchi Maru foundered. Captain Tosuke Minakuchi and 1 other crew member reported missing. 1 passenger recovered with slight injuries. Dissociative amnesia due to psychological trauma. The sole survivor. When the boat the Minakuchi family was about to sink, Mare and Tosuke Minakuchi put a life buoy on their son, Yuza, and helped him escape the boat before the waves engulfed it. Despite the slim chance of survival in such a dire situation, Yuza was miraculously found drifting in the sea the next day. We still wearing the life buoy and was successfully rescued. Though he had no external injuries, the shock of the accident left him in a state of confusion, and he has little memory of what happened at the time. The accident plunged Kamishima into a state of deep sorrow. Fishermen and amadires temporarily stopped fishing to mourn, and the memorial was erected in honor of the lost. Perhaps due to his memory loss, the sole survivor, Yuza, appeared relatively composed in contrast to the grief of those around him. Many found this unnerving, and Yuza became increasingly isolated from the rest of the community. Azami Kumoi, having himself lost his father in the accident, tried to support him however he could, reasoning that he was still better off than Yuza, who had lost both parents before his eyes. As investigations continued, questions arose about what the Minakuchi family had been doing in the vicinity of the disaster despite not having gone out to fish. Yuza only remembered his parents telling him to come with them, and the purpose of their excursion remains unclear to this day. Not long before, speculation began that Minakuchi had done something to incur the wrath of the sea gods, and the islanders, already suspicious of her due to her mysterious background, were quick to condemn her, citing the sudden localized nature of the storm. In contrast, only words of sympathy were spoken for her husband, Tosuke. Damn. Go figure, right? Gotta blame the woman. As rumor that Mare had brought disaster to Kamishima continued to spread, Yuza's grandmother, Tsuyu Minakuchi, sent him away from the island to board at high school on the mainland. She had sensed the islanders' resentment beginning to turn toward Yuza, and hoped to shield him from becoming an even greater target of their ire. Even now, 5 years after the accident, feelings of animosity towards Mare Minakuchi remain deeply ingrained in the people of Kamishima, with the truth of the accident still shrouded in mystery. Deep scars and suspicion continue to linger in the hearts of many of the islanders. Okay, so that's what would make sense of why it'd be like, oh, if you become an ama diver, there would be talk, so there has to be a reason why you're doing this. We're gonna find out what's up with Mare. No, Ziggo, you're just like, he's looking for a mermaid because he's dying. Let's just be like, oh, you have to come along. And just be like, oh, but you have a terminal illness that we didn't tell you about, so we're going to find a mermaid for you. That's how you survived the thingy. They fed him a mermaid. Mermaid flesh before the ship, but only had enough for one person, right? So what about the disaster did you want to talk about? Well, I've recently started to remember some things about what happened. For real? I know your memories of the disaster were kind of hazy due to the shock. But it's great you're starting to remember. Oh, but I guess it's not exactly something you'd want to remember, huh? Sorry for getting all fired up. He's like, oh, yeah, that tragic memory you had? Oh, it's coming back? Yeah, good for you, buddy. Wait. Hold that thought. It's okay. It actually hasn't bothered me as much as I thought it would. Thanks for worrying about me, though. It's just that things I remembered are a bit strange. So I couldn't bring myself to say anything. Sorry for keeping quiet until to now. Strange, huh? Well, I can see why you'd want to keep it to yourself, all things considered. Don't sweat it. So, about the accident. When we ran into the storm, our boat got caught in the whirlpool and started to sink. My parents gave me a lifebuoy and lowered me into the water. They were frantic. I was too stunned to do anything but go along with what was happening. I can imagine. That must have been really scary. The waves were holding me around, so it took everything I had just to hold on to the buoy. In the end, I watched as the boat was swallowed by the water. I couldn't do anything. There wasn't anything you could have done. It wasn't your fault, Yuza. Right after that, this huge wave came crashing down on me. It dragged me down to the depths of the sea, life buoy and all. You got pulled under, but I thought, yeah, up until now, I thought I managed to miraculously stay afloat until I got rescued. But I remember now, I was pulled down underneath the waves. I remember being caught in a current and tossed all about underwater. I couldn't breathe. I was so sure I was going to die there. Then someone grabbed my hand. Are you saying what I think you're saying? I was barely conscious by that point, so it's not like I saw them clearly or anything. But I'm certain someone was there with me. Someone who grabbed a hold of me and pulled me to safety. And from what I remember... You're saying they were a mermaid? Exactly. So you were saved by a mermaid? I'm sure of it. It looked exactly like what first comes to mind when you hear the word mermaid. A real mermaid, huh? But it was a really extreme situation, so it's entirely possible I was just seeing things. Which, I mean, I called you out here just to talk to you about some hallucination I had, and if that's the case, I'm gonna be super embarrassed. This is your catchphrase? You're gonna say this every single section? I mean, you're standing here talking to me now, right? So you must have gotten out of that situation somehow. And I can't imagine any normal person being able to stay afloat in a storm like that, let alone managing to save someone. Same. You have to be some sort of superhuman or something, or not human at all. Who would have guessed there were mermaids in here in Ise? If I really was saved by a mermaid, I owe them my life. I'd like to thank them in person if possible. Makes sense. So that's why you're looking for them, huh? Well, if you manage to find them, I gotta thank them for saving you too. So I was thinking of heading to where the disaster happened and diving there to see if I can find anything. Wait. Are you sure? You almost died there. I'll be fine. In fact, since I've never gone there since the disaster happened, I was also thinking I'd like to do something to honor my parents and your dad's memory. Yeah, I'd at least like to offer flowers if nothing else. The others here have always kept their distance, but it's not like going there is forbidden or anything. Let's do it. Thanks, Azami. I owe you one. Yeah, I love this background. Like, this is great. Like, I raved about how, like, beautiful the art was in the first game, and, like, the nighttime art was, like, really, really cool and everything, but, like, no, this scenery here has been really, really nice to look at. But there's no guarantee the mermaid will still be around there, right? I'm thinking it'd be good if you had more of a lead before we head out there. About that. Do you mind if I say something crazy? Sure. Again, sure. What's up? Remember my mom, right? Of course I remember Mrs. Mare. Well, she wasn't originally from Kamishima, but she met my dad when she moved here and ended up marrying him. I get what you mean. Like like I had to double check. It didn't look like I was just like, is that like a photo? But no, it looks like has been like painted in. But even to me, she never seemed it to really fit in here. I can't disagree there. I can't really disagree there. She never spoke to me much either. Some people even outright told me not to talk to her, you know? She said she was suspicious because we didn't know anything about her. Stuff like that. I guess that's understandable. She didn't really involve herself in the community activities and almost never participated in local events. It felt like she was always keeping her distance from the other islanders somehow. 20 years here, and she was still considered an outsider. Yeah, I never knew how to bring it up to you. But I always kind of wondered. Was there some reason for that? Not as far as I know. Yeah, it is interesting that like, again, she goes to a place like this that is very isolated, and she still keeps to, like, I guess you could be like, okay, this is an isolated, I could keep to myself, but there's still a community here, right? And like, in a small town like this, a small, like, area like this, if, you are gonna look suspicious if you kind of just come and just don't engage with the community. But also at the same time, I also kind of get why she wouldn't engage with the community. I mean, I'm not, as I said, there's also a possibility that, you know, maybe she didn't engage with the community because she was clearly unwelcome, so... always that. Dad and Gran never seemed to mind, so I figured that's just how it was. For a second, I was just like, Gran, is that like his brother or something? But no, Grandma, clearly. But looking back at things now is pretty weird. Yuzo Minakuchi's mother having gone missing. Ooh, sorry, I don't know why I'm yawning so much today. I slept in today, too. That said, I did go to sleep a little later than I anticipated. Having gone missing in Kamishima Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago, she was declared dead a year later after search parties found no sign of her. More than 20 years ago, Mari Somekawa arrived on Kamishima with no possessions to her name, expressing that she had taken a liking to the local environment and wanted to move there. However, she remained tight-lipped about her background, only revealing that she was from a small town out in the mountains and that she had to leave her home for some undisclosed reasons. Although her request to move to Kamishima was accepted, many islanders remained suspicious of her. After settling on the island, she showed an interest in the Ama lifestyle and eventually took it up after displaying a talent for free diving, with Tsuyu Minakuchi acting as her instructor. During this time, she grew close to Totsuke Minakuchi, Tsuyu's only son, and eventually married him a few years later. The two would go on to have a son of their own, whom they named Yuza. Despite this, Mare was unable to fully shake the air of mystery that surrounded her, and many islanders continued to question whether her presence on the island might cause trouble down the line. Something of a free spirit, her nonconformist ways and somewhat naive personality meant that she was often absent from local activities, leading to further criticism from a portion of the population. Some also reported frequently spotting her wandering the islands after she first moved there, seemingly looking for something or catching sight of her doing something on the shore in the middle of the night. Fortunately, her mother-in-law, Tsuyu Minakuchi, was a person of no small influence on Kamishima, and no one dared to openly persecute Mare under Tsuyu's watchful eye. The three generations lived peacefully under the same roof for more than 10 years, until the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster tore them apart. Since her disappearance in the disaster 5 years prior, a growing number of people have accused her of somehow being responsible, citing her various instances of suspicious behavior as justification. She needs to sell subs in the community? Well, someone might declare war if that happens. Can't believe Mario was... There's a part of me that also started thinking that there, right? Like, we're going to find the mermaid, it's just going to be her, and she was just temporarily on land or something like that, somehow. That's how she rescued him. I guess even though I thought she was a bit of an oddball at times. You say that, but I think you're getting to be pretty similar to her. What? Really? Yeah, what's that saying? Marching to the beat of your own drum? You're both like that. Really, I never realized. I've been so blind. A blind fool. Yep, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. We deal with an octopus. But why'd you bring up your mom all of a sudden? Well, looking back now, there are a few things that have always bothered me. Oh? For a start, no one ever told me where my mom was from. She was also a natural at ama diving, but I never saw her eat any But I never saw her eat any seafood. And sometimes at night, she'd suddenly say she wanted to go look at the sea before going out and not coming back for hours. I guess that all is pretty weird. Maybe you're right, Toast. Maybe she, like... That said, why would a mermaid not eat seafood? Like, you gotta eat something. If you live under the sea, unless mermaids literally don't need to eat, like... Fish eat other fish and stuff. That's not all. When I was sorting through my mom's belongings, I found this. We usually keep it in the family altar, but I brought it along with me today to show you. What's this? Is that a fish scale? It's huge. It's got to be at least 7 or 8 in diameter. 7 or 8 centimeters long. I just figured she held on to it because it was a rare find. But once I remembered the mermaid, I began to wonder, what fish could this scale have come from? And why was my mom holding on to it? Well, hold it right there. You're not saying I am. Okay. Well, I guess this isn't a. It was you, Azami. I think it was my mom. What do you think? Yeah, right? Like, it's just like, you always have to, like, question when something gets revealed early in a game like this, you know? Like, yo, Shogo is the main character. It's pretty out there. Could that even be possible? So your theory is, your mom used to be a mermaid, but she became a human so she could live among us? Yeah, but she turned back into a mermaid when the disaster happened and wasn't able to come back afterwards. How does that sound? I don't know. But after hearing your story, I can't just dismiss it out of hand either. If that's really the case... Yeah, no, again, no, we just picked the option to Azami as a mermaid and just like, damn, how'd you figure me out, bro? And my mom really is still out there in the sea somewhere, even if in a different form. I was thinking it'd be nice if I could see her again. It might be because they're still treating it as missing instead of dead, but it really hasn't sunk in that my parents are gone. I know what you mean. Sometimes I feel like my pasta is just gonna show up at home again like nothing ever happened. Even even if your mom's alive, I guess it'd be hard for her to show up if she's back in her mermaid form now. If my mom really does have some sort of connection to mermaids, then maybe that was the reason she never really fit in here. It might help clear up any mistaken impressions the others have of her anyway. I see. So you think that by trying out ama diving like your mom did, you might be able to find something out? And maybe if you're lucky, you'll run into a mermaid in the process? Yeah. If I am really descended from mermaids somehow, it's possible that diving might awaken something in me. Alright, I hadn't thought of that. You're so confused. Surely nothing will go wrong. Well, if mermaid flesh gives youth and immortality, and you're part mermaid, nothing bad can happen. I guess if your legs suddenly become fins, we'll know for sure you're a second-generation mermaid. Okay. I think I've gotten the gist of what you want to do now. Thanks for understanding, Azami. I've been happy with how people have been treating you ever since the disaster either. And what they say about your mom. If there's anything I can do to clear the air, I want to help. Thanks. I appreciate it. I don't know how people will react if you suddenly start talking about mermaids. It might be best to keep quiet about that part for now and just say you're looking into your mom. What do you think? Sorry, I got the mortal flesh genes. Yeah, I think that would be best. Okay, now that we got that settled, how about we head out tomorrow morning? That sound good to you? Yeah, I've been doing some training in secret, so I'm all set. So having to find a mermaid by tomorrow is pretty sudden. What's up with the tight deadline? Well, so I can't say right now. If you manage to find one, I'll explain everything. I promise. As long as you tell me later, it's all good. Oh, here's an idea. If you're in that much of a rush, how about we talk to Tsukasa and Sato? Maybe they'll be able to help. I wonder, it would be nice to have more help. But would they even believe me? The whole thing is pretty crazy after all. Besides, Tsukasa's gone back to the mainland soon. Is going back to the mainland soon. I hate to bother her now. True. Still, knowing Tsukasa, she might be surprisingly on board with the whole thing. See? I knew he'd be here! Whoa, speak of the devil! When did you two get here? Talking about something you didn't want us to hear, were you? Might as well be boys, I guess. So that's Tsukasa. I didn't open it because I have a feeling we're gonna get the other girl in a second too. Hey, you got us all wrong. We weren't talking about anything like that. Yeah, you gotta hear me out, Tsukasa. I was powerless to resist. You refused at first, but... I refused at first, but Azami insisted, and... Oh, tell me more. Well, you might admit it, Yusa. Oh, sorry. You might as well admit it, Yusa and Sato. What's with that sudden keen interest? Occupation house guest, 17. Not even high school, just house guest. A mysterious girl, currently lodging with Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Yeah, I guess she's not. That's why she's just occupation house guest. She's not from here. Roughly 3 months ago, Sato suddenly arrived on Kamishima, claiming that she was the child of a relative of the Wakamuras. She showed no sign of attending school or doing any sort of work, instead spending her days holed up in the Wakamura household, leading many islanders to wonder just who she is and what she's doing there. Oh, see, she's the real mermaid. Those who know about Wakamura's high-interest money lending behind the scenes speculate that she might be the daughter of one of his borrowers, sent to work as a domestic servant to pay off debt. But Sato herself is extremely easygoing, doesn't seem bothered by endless rumors. No, she's not even just there to pay off that. It's just like, oh, well, you know what? I can't pay you back here. Just take my daughter. Just lazing about, whatever. A huge television fan, she spends much of her spare time glued to the set in the Wakamura household, and her most recent obsessions being soap operas and 2-hour-long thrillers. Or 2-hour thrillers. However, she isn't that fond of period dramas. She is good friends with Tsukasa Awao, who is close to her in age, and the two can often be seen enjoying themselves wandering the island together. Yeah, right? Especially considering how suspicious they were of the other outsider girl that we know. I mean, there might be other outsiders, but like, you know. High school student, apprentice salmon diver. A girl born and raised on Kamishima. She has a bright, friendly nature and an inquisitive personality. Currently in her second year of high school, she boasts excellent grades and a sharp intuition. She has been staying at a relative's house in Ise City since last year in order to attend an all-girls high school on the mainland, and is currently back on Kamishima for summer break. Despite this, she frequently makes trips back to the islands on weekends. And she has been trying her hand at underwater gathering since the current diving season began. And having long been interested in the AMA lifestyle, her estimated diver rank is 6. However, her teachers have been strongly encouraged her to aim for a national university. Makes sense. She's been friends with Azami Kumoi and Yuza Minakuchi since childhood. With their close rapport making up for their difference in academic years, and it was more common to find her playing with the two boys than girls in her own age group until middle school. However, since leaving the island to attend high school, she has grown more conscious of the age difference their age difference, and has put some distance between herself and them. Wait, she's like not that much younger. She's not that much younger. Let's see here. She'd often meet with Sato Shiranami, a girl who came to Kamishima to lodge with the Wakamuras a few months ago, and was looking forward to showing her around the island and helping her adapt to life there whenever she returns home. 18 years ago, her still pregnant mother, Nigisa Awao, moved to Kamishima alone before giving birth to Tsukasa shortly after. Tsukasa subsequently grew up in a single mother household. Although she used to occasionally ask her mother about her father, her questions were always evaded, so she has stopped inquiring. However, the fact that her mother never seems to have any financial difficulty despite not working has led her to quietly suspect he might be involved in some way. Interesting. Let's all calm down now. It's not like that. We're just having a perfectly normal conversation. Yeah, sure. Anyway. Yeah, not a 1 to 2 year age gap between people who aren't even dating. They're just literally hanging out. And, like, it's an island of, like, 900 people. Like, I can't imagine that there is, like, a ton of people who are, like, the exact same age. Like, not the exact same age, but, like, you know, there's probably, yeah, there's, like, you might have, like, maybe 3 or 4 kids at the same age as you, and then, like, that might be it, right? So, yeah, of course you might, like, hang out with some kids that are slightly older or slightly younger than you, right? Like, that's just normal, even in, like, my school, right? Like, sometimes, like, you do normally hang out with kids in your class, but, like, sometimes you hang out with this, sometimes you do just splinter off into slightly, like, obviously, if you're in grade 6, you're probably not hanging out with the grade 1s, but, like, you know. You're like, a 1 or 2 grades, one grade off or whatever, whatever. Combo. Also, hello. Yeah, hey, Daryl. How you doing? Congrats on 25 streams. You're getting pretty worked up, Azami. Don't act all innocent. You're the one who caused this mess, you know. This is how we found out Azami, like, really likes Tsukasa or something. Sorry to interrupt your fun, but I really did have something to say. Folks are worried you haven't shown up to the association meeting, Azami. You should probably get going. Oh, damn, the meeting. It totally slipped my mind. Sorry, Yuza, I gotta go for now. But I'll get in touch later. No problem. Thanks for coming, even though you're so busy. This will be all on our way too, then. Sorry, but we got some important business of our own to handle. We won't be able to help out with whatever you're up to. Unlock past speculation chapter, Sato Shiran. What if instead of actually going forward, we just hit a chain of recollections and the story just keeps going back and back and back and back, and then we finally we finally do the present day, and then we get that's where we actually, like, that's gonna be like the final little bit of the game. So did you hear what we were talking about? Only the part where my name came up. I didn't want to be nosy, though. Yeah, true. No ho-ho would come and complain. I see. Well, thanks for coming all the way out here to get to... thanks for coming all the way out here to get Azami. I don't know what you guys are up to, but you've piqued my interest. Be sure to tell me all about it later, okay? Is that... Frog... I was about to say, it looks like he's saying, like, wow. Anyway, see you later. Come on, Sato. Roger. Oh, one more thing. You better not forget about the day after tomorrow. Tell Azami he'd better remember too. Sure, I'll tell him later. Nice canine teeth. Dude, for real? Ah, we have a second character. We have a second character. I mean, not surprising. The last game, you know, had that, and also this board was only so big. Okay, I'm just curious. If I go to profile, his current diver rank is 2. Having grown close to each other, Tsukasa Awao tells Sato Shironami that she has something important to discuss. I have something important to talk about. I'm a mermaid. Sato, you got a sec? I was hoping for a bit of advice. Thing is, you're the only one I can really talk to about this. Oh, sorry, I got it the other way around. Sure, what's up? If you got a problem, leave it to me. Kamashima's living, walking, talking encyclopedia. Oh, that's a pretty impressive title, Miss Encyclopedia. Though I think the walking, talking kind of implies you're living already. Either way, I hope you can help. You know, even if it kills me, I'll squeeze every last brain cell until I help you, Tsukasa. Right, but if you're supposed to be a living encyclopedia, please don't go dying on me. Thanks for being there for me, though. Come on, let's go somewhere where no one else is around, then. Ooh, Chuo Street. Pardon me for a moment, young lady. Yeah, I'm like looking at those pillars back there. Like the fence and everything over to the left, like, or the poles. Yes? You mean us? Sorry for the trouble. I was hoping to get some directions. Are you sightseeing? Welcome to Kamishima. I'm afraid it's not quite as relaxing as sightseeing. We're looking for the Wakamura residence. Would you happen to know where that is? The Wakamura residence? May I ask who you are? Oh, of course, pardon my manners. My name is Yumeko Shiki, a housewife from over in Tokyo. Your eyes are so pale. Totally not suspicious. Oh, a housewife. And this here is Sodo Kiryu. He's something like an assistant to me. My pleasure. Age secret. A housewife from Tokyo who came to visit Kamoshima. We came to Kamoshima to visit Wakamura. Everyone's a mermaid! So we get to know his age, because he's 25 years old. You must be guests for the old man. The Wakamura home is just up that slope. up the slope after you head through that alley. It's a bit of a maze, though. Want me to show you? So it was that way. Thank you, but I believe we can manage from here. That was an image. Futami Gaura. Investigation. Let's see, I believe I've been running all around the region. We're quite used to the area now. Got it. Take care then. Ma'am, is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. We'll be on our ways then. Sorry for stopping you. She can sense us. So, cause her eyes widen as soon as I hit the recollection button. And she was like staring out. I think it's something like she could sense the player, much like the storyteller. So like, I think there's some kind of vibe there. Oh, those two had a really strange vibe. The old man sure gets some unusual guests. There's something about them. Don't you think that's the kind of aura that sorcerers give off? That sorcerers would give off. Ah, I know what you're getting at. I heard those rumors too. Everyone's saying that old man Wakamura has been super reliant on some shady sorcery lately. That's Wakamura. Someone he's got the Colonel Sanders looking facial hair going on there. The single most influential person on Kamishima, although born to an ordinary fishing family on the island, he entered his 20s during the post-war economic boom, and through tireless work and juggling multiple side jobs, he managed to amass a small fortune over the years. He went on to invest his fortune into the development of Kamishima, not only upgrading its fishing equipment, but also improving the island's infrastructure to entice businesses to set up shop on the island. Efforts that have earned him appreciation from people all over the island. I'm glad that he did something with his money. That's cool. Good on you, buddy. Thanks for like actually improving your community. I know it's probably also to help him get some return there, but still. He currently holds many key positions on the island, including serving as head of Kamishima's Fisheries Cooperative Association. It is said that his appointment as the next mayor of Kamishima is all but confirmed. Although admired for his many contributions to Kamishima's development, his personality leaves much to be desired. Damn. Maybe I spoke too soon. With many stories of him using force to get things to go his way, he is often high-handed in his dealings with others, fully aware that his position makes it difficult to oppose him. Actually, that does remind me. Because like when I was thinking like, oh, that might be one of his. When they were like, oh, she's probably the daughter of one of his daughters sent to like work at his place or whatever. And when I just remembered that, and I was like, oh, actually, you know what? I maybe you know what? Here's the thing: people can do good things and be bad, right? Bad people can do good things, and good people can do bad things, right? So he could be like, okay, let's develop the thing and do good things here, but still be a bad person, you know? Having moved his home and base operations to the mainland many years prior, there are abundant rumors that he has since added loan sharking and land grabbing to the list of ways he's adding to his sizable fortune. It is said that he has recently become an ardent devotee of a certain famous sorcerer in Tokyo, and often relies on their guidance when making decisions. Made a good, yeah, for real. Just I feel bad for whoever like is in that photo because like that's just them. That's just them forever. If they show up anywhere else, like I wonder how many if anyone recognizes that dude in real life and just be like, yo, you're the worst person, dude. Like, did they say they were from Tokyo? Maybe they were really are sorcerers. Eh, whatever. Come on, Sato, let's go. Yep. We gotta find out what they're after. I'm gonna check something here. I don't think the recollection button's gonna show up again. Okay, maybe it's not a prompt there, but there's part of me that wonders, like, if I never hit the recollection button, if something different would happen there. But there's no way for me to find out because I press it immediately, right? Okay, this spot should work fine. Ah, it might. Oh man, now that I'm actually talk about it, I'm getting super nervous. Yeah, no, she likes a zombie. She likes a zombie. That's clearly it. Slow Bay is quite hard to find, so hardly anyone ever comes here, including tourists. Which makes it a great place to talk in secret. See, I would say including locals, because like if it's hard to find, tourists wouldn't go here, but locals might still. What's that? The sound of the waves and cicadas surround us. It's a typical summer day. Now that we're here to talk, she suddenly looks like she can't get words out. Maybe I should be the one to nudge and ask from my side. Alrighty, you said you want some advice, so let's hear it. How can I help you, Miss Tsukasa? Well, I do want your advice. I'm not really sure where to start. I guess this really isn't an easy topic for her. In that case, let me start her off with another topic to loosen her up. Oh, Tsukasa, that reminds me. Did you catch the 2-hour suspense drama the other day? Ah, right, you said you were looking forward to it. I didn't see it. Mom was watching a period drama. Darn. That actor you like had a good part. He turned out to be the killer, though. I wish I could have watched it. You did just kind of spoil it, though. I wish you had a VCR like yours. Yeah, clearly it's the 80s. They could be watching Columbo. They could literally be watching Columbo reruns. You could record music shows and watch them over and over, right? That sounds amazing. Not many houses on the island have one, though. Yeah, I know it's a bit of a luxury, but being able to record and keep TV programs is the best. Ha, you love TV way more than I do. It's great you can enjoy it whenever you like. Really can't get enough of your TV. You think I watch too much? How much did you watch this summer? Well, I guess I'm pretty much always watching whenever I'm home. Sounds like you should thank old man Wakamura for letting you watch as much as you want. We hardly ever, we're hardly ever allowed to watch TV at boarding school. Even at home, I'm always fighting over what to watch with Ma. Makes it damn hard for me to keep up with the conversations at school, you know? TV's got too much influence on everyone. I can't blame them either. It's pretty fun. Yeah, this was the 80s when, like, TV was, like, really big, right? Speaking of TV, I saw something on the morning news. Yeah? What happened? They said an Amadiver on the mainland went missing at sea. Yeah, I saw that too. I hope they find her safe. Apparently they were still searching, but it goes to show how dangerous being an Amadiver is. See, Toast, I would have immediately went to not Chat GPT, because that would have been that's the real curse here. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, even I had a couple moments out there that have been that way. That have been way too close. When the catch is right in front of you, it's easy to think you can go a little bit further and end up pushing it just too far. Sounds scary. You be careful out there. Now I think about it, a little while back, there was a story about old human bones found on the seabed near Toba. Oh, I never heard about that one. That really happened? Creepy. Maybe it was someone who went missing at sea. I just hope it isn't like a curse or anything. These bones next to the dinosaur. Yeah, the sea can be pretty scary. The old Amma grannies always told us. We islanders live with the sea. Never forget how fearsome it can be. That's why the Amadires wear charms and mind their proper rights, right? Yeah, gratitude, manners, and restraint towards the sea are never to be forgotten. That's the first thing they teach you when you start diving. Just gonna stare at the sun till we go blind. Yeah, I was gonna joke. It's just like, oh man, if you found it, maybe you could get a folding ideas about this soon. You know, Sato, compared to when you first arrived on the island, you've really brightened up. Maybe thanks to all thanks to all that TV. God, I just love how positively everyone's talking. We're talking about TV here. Really? Was I really that gloomy before? Yeah, up until a month ago, it felt like there was a very little cloud hanging over you whenever we spoke. It was like you were kind of depressed all the time, like nothing in the world really mattered to you. Ugh. So that's how I came off. Sorry for being such a downer. Yeah, exactly, Ziggle. Yeah, you didn't crack jokes like you do now either. But this you? Way better. Having fun stuff going on. Way better. Having fun stuff going on really brought you to life. Makes sense. I'll try keeping up the positivity. I guess you'll be heading back to the mainland soon now that the Oban holidays are over. Yeah, I head back to the boarding school in 3 days, so I only I'm only got until the day after tomorrow to take it easy here. Yeah, like, if you look at the map, like, yeah, there's Kamishima. Like, you could see how close they are to, like, the mainland there. That doesn't look too bad. Right, time sure flew by. I'm really gonna miss you. Me too. Only 2 days left, huh? 2 days, huh? What am I gonna do? I guess whatever she wants advice on is time sensitive. Yeah, like they're like they could probably take a boat there and like not take. And it won't be too long, I think. Yeah, I'm just looking at this prefecture. Like you could see that like. I guess it depends on if they have to stay in the prefecture or not, right? Because if they go the other way into like where the prefecture is, like. So the plans you were talking about for the day after tomorrow. Guess it's a get-together with the others before you head back. Yeah, that's right. Plans with Izami and Yuza. I couldn't give them much time this trip, so I figured they might be feeling a bit left out. Makes sense. You're pretty close friends. Totally, even growing up. They still do the dumbest stuff. Just can't leave them be. Maybe I should leave you all to enjoy it without me then. No way. They were the lucky ones to have someone as cute as you come along with me. Man, I can't believe my summer break's already coming to an end. Yeah, it's kind of sad. I've been watching on TV. Yeah, no kidding. Some encyclopedia I am. Guess that was a lie. Your encyclopedia for TV. Okay, I'm ready. I'll just say it. Go ahead. So the thing is, I think I like someone. No kidding. All right. Go on. We don't get to see each other anymore soon, so. Or we'll hardly get to see each other anymore soon. I want to tell him how I feel while I'm still on the island. Makes sense. I'll help however I can. As Kamashima's living encyclopedia, I've seen this all on TV before. I probably know a thing or two that can help. For sure. Yeah, you don't sound all that confident, which makes me a little nervous, but I can tell you mean it. Thanks. I just really don't know what to do. So which of the two is the lucky guy? Huh? Who do you mean? No way, don't tell me you think I like Izami or Yuza. Wait, so you mean it's not one of them? Me falling for one of them? Not a chance. Damn. They're basically like brothers to me. I can never picture a romantic relationship with them. That makes sense. Oh, sorry. I just assume. I call myself the living, walking, talking encyclopedia, and I brag that I've seen it all on TV, but I guess I don't really know anything. Sorry, this is embarrassing. I'm gonna go die now. Whoa, don't sweat it. Really, no dying. Yeah, she's got like a... They like made her like mouth like pretty unique in a way that's okay, a little small talk. She seems to have calmed down a bit. Then who is it? No point dragging it out. So I guess I'll tell you. It's Shotaro. I like that silhouette there. Just not silhouette. The portrait just flying in the sky. Ah, Mr. Wakamura-san. I see. He's sincere, smart, and pretty handsome. I can see why you'd like him. Right? He's back visiting the island at the moment, but he usually goes to university in Tokyo. Ah, fair, yeah. I secretly admired him for ages, but I always thought he just saw me as a kid. I figured he'd never be interested. But now I go to school on the mainland by myself, and I'm even working as an ama diver. I think he might see me more as an adult now. More than before, anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. So you want to let me know how you feel while he's still on the island? Maybe it's all just one-sided on my end, but I can't keep these feelings bottled up. So then tell him. I'm with you. He's not that much older, yeah. He's the only son to Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamoshida magnate. Ah, I see. Due to his father's influence, he was pampered by those around him from an early age, but he grew up to be a pleasant and sincere young man despite this attention. He is well regarded by those who know him, often being told that he has been blessed with a sharp intellect, good looks, and a variety of talents. He's currently attending the university in Tokyo and will be back on Kamoshida for summer break. Although his father Shinobu wants Shotaro to inherit the influence and wealth he spent much of his life building up, Shotaro himself has no interest in doing so. On the contrary, he is skeptical of the old-fashioned insular ways of the island society, and regards his father as the very embodiment of those outdated mores. Mores? Viewing him with utter disgust for his overbearing, vulgar tendencies and superstitious beliefs. Damn. You're staying with the Wakamuras right now, right? Yeah? Mores? Ah, okay. See? This is what happens when I read text out loud. I just get shown for not knowing a lot. Know anything about him that might help? I'm afraid Miss Encyclopedia might not have that kind of info. You don't have much info at all, do you? I mean, he's honestly not home most of the time, so there's a lot I don't know about him. Feels like he's always got something to do, checking in on folks all over the island. Like, I don't suppose you know if he has a girlfriend or Tokyo or something or anything. I'm afraid I'm not sure. Tokyo is packed with beautiful girls, right? A guy like him won't be left alone for long. Well, from what I've seen, I haven't noticed him keep in touch with anyone. Then I like this son just really trying to get info. What about what he likes? Something he'd be happy to get. Let me think. Nothing's coming to mind at all. I really may as well go die somewhere. Come on, don't say that. Thinking it through with me is more than enough. You gotta stop joking about dying like that. Yeah, I feel bad. She's like definitely the most like generic looking one in the cast so far. Oh, Tsukasa, how's this? I'm pretty sure I could ask Shotaro to meet us somewhere. I'll organize that for now, and we can plan from there. How's that sound? Oh, sounds good. Thank you so much. Or thanks so much, Sato. Yeah, I see what you mean when it's like, okay, so like the gate definitely looks like it's like when you talk about like the photo and such, but then I'm like looking at the like the mailbox and some of the grass texture and whatnot. Like I'm curious what they did. We kicked her. Yeah, we kicked around ideas the whole way back, but in the end, writing a love letter and handing it to him is the best call. That's the plan, yeah? Yep, since way back when, the tried and true way has always been the love letter. A classic method. I like it. You heading out to dock tomorrow, right? Yeah, weather's looking good. Alrighty then, I'll ask him to come by the bay and, a little afternoon. Does that work for you? Yeah, I just need to have the letter ready by then. I just need to have the letter ready by tomorrow. Yeah. That's true, but I mean the whole second half of the game was like outside, right? So we did get to see a lot of it in the daytime. Hey, can you look it over before I give it to him? Of course. I'll fix it up even if it kills me. Thanks. I'll write it even if it kills me too. I'm already so nervous. Hey, you two over there. Huh? Is that who I think it is? We still get some good fun exposes and expressions and whatnot. It is. It's Shotaro. Oh wow. Speak of the devil. Hey, sorry to interrupt. Let's fuck his popcorn. He's totally glowing as usual. Is something wrong? Have you seen Azami? He didn't show up to today's association meeting. Quietly lowers collar. I love both of you, just, yeah. Oh, I see. I haven't seen him today. I think I know where he is. I'll go get him. Oh, you do? Knew I could count on you, Tsukasa. I'll let you handle it then. Sure, no problem. Just like that. Some of this look just like, oh man, he called me by my name. I'm so fired up right now. Let's do this. Yeah, let's. First off, let's find those two. But they're at the Kante Kisho ruins. Let's go, Sato. Right behind you. Okay, so that's completely done. Ah, we didn't do everything here. That's not completely, interesting. Maybe there's more stuff I could find in the water. Bro, I like the turtle we got for loading really quickly. Mrs. Shiki, there you are. Sorry for calling you all the way out here. Not at all. Thank you for bringing the case to our attention. I heard you got an unusual corpse on your hand. Well, forensics aren't here yet, so I honestly don't know whether it could be called a corpse or not. I'm glad this guy looks kind of like Fujinuma in the previous game, except with like big poofy hair with like the hair. Yeah, for real. But I do know it'll cause a stir if anyone catches sight of it, so right now we're just trying to keep the busybodies away. Oh yeah, no, that's someone you really want to look like, right? I'm sure I'm glad it happened while you were still here, though. What with you being from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and all. Oh, I wonder if so these two are the like what was his name? Uh Tetsuo was a police officer in the paranormal division, so I'm gonna guess that these two are the same. Where is our cadaver then? Still in the water over where it was found. Feel free to go ahead and examine it. Over there, I see. Yeah, that'd be a dead mermaid. Vision ability on. Local police have the area closed off to make sure bystanders can't get too close. This is Futami Gaura, the coastline just northeast of Ise City. It's a pretty popular location for tourists, and there's several beaches nearby as well, so a bunch of people were milling around. It certainly is an impressive sight. Too bad we couldn't come here as simple tourists. Futami Gaura. It's the name of a stretch of coast along Futami Town. So named during the events of the story, it has since been merged with Ise City. In the Watarai district of Mie Prefecture. As part of the Ise Shima National Park, it has been designated as a place of scenic beauty and considered one of the most scenic spots in Japan. The name Futami Gaura is said to have originated from the visit to the area by Yamato Hime no Mikoto. According to legend, the area's beauty caused her to turn to look back upon it, leading to Futami, look twice, being part of its name. I see. Ise City. The city located in the central northern area of the Shima Peninsula. The northern part of the city's plain is on a plain directly facing Ise Bay, while the southern part is on more mountainous land surrounded by hills. Having long flourished as the town leading up to the Torii Gate of Ise Shrine, it stands out as a particularly popular tourist destination, even among many attractions in the Ise Shima area. The city is sometimes referred to as Shinto, meaning the city of the gods. Although best known for Ise Shrine, many other temples and shrines can be found within the city. The land overlooking Ise Bay is blessed with an abundance of beautiful scenery, including Mount Asama, which was included on a list of 100 famous Japanese scenic spots during the Showa era. I see. We never got the police officer or thingy there, right? So. Ranger came to Mie from Tokyo to investigate another case, but with so many other incidents occurring, I can't help but get the sinking feeling something troublesome is about to happen. Detective Ide has been a huge help to us so far. You might be able to reveal some of our circumstances to him. This is Soto Kiryu. He's worked with me as my assistant for so long now, although he usually makes his living as a psychic detective. He's not officially with the police, but with my assignment being what they are, or my assignments being what they are, he has special permission to accompany me on investigations. We got nothing. Yeah, you're a housewife. An independent psychic who makes his living is Japan's only psychic detective. Soda has no permanent residence, instead traveling throughout the country for training and resolving any metaphysical incidents he comes across. Something which eventually led him to gaining his current moniker within the industry. Although he has a calm and taciturn personality, and is possessed of a sharp mind, he is surprisingly sensitive by nature. However, this trait does not extend to mercy. This trait does not extend to mercy towards spirits and other phenomena, which he often ends up subduing by force. Primary spiritual abilities: curses. The ability to use particular curses to inflict harm on otherwise negative effects on others. Effects range from forcing binding to a target in place to dealing fatal wounds. The stronger the curse's effect, the greater the burden on the user. Shagan. The ability to see the face of a deceased individual from their remains, allowing for recreation of their features via portrait sketch. Only a small piece of the deceased remains is necessary to use this ability. However, enough of the thoughts and desires of the dead individual must remain for it to be effective. The Feast of Shadows. The ability to create a domain in which the potency and range of certain types of spiritual abilities are increased. Only effective at night. Soto himself is able to create a domain up to 1 kilometer in range. Damn, he can make the entire island his domain? Soto's family runs a small shrine dedicated to a certain onmyoji from the Sengoku period. This onmyoji is said to be an ancestor of the Kiryu family, which may explain why their bloodline has produced many individuals with a strong spirit sense over the years. Yeah, I think that's what they called it, yeah. Soto was born with especially large, potent spirit sense, even within this lineage, leading to his abilities catching the attention of legendary psychic Itensai Shiki when he was 8 years old. Itensai subsequently took him under his wing as his protege, and Soto underwent rigorous training under his watchful eye. Even now, he is always quick to respond when summoned by his mentor's wife, Yumineko Shiki, and often supports her during her work. He has also a keen interest in swords and is extremely knowledgeable about blades from all countries and eras. I see. It's gotta have a hobby, right? The sound of the waves and buzz from the onlookers fill the air around us. I suppose it's inevitable that the police being around would draw people's attention. I just hope it doesn't cause a commotion. Yeah, for real. Has his gaze fixed on the corpse ever since we got here. I suppose he's curious to know what led to its current state. Is there anything that stands out to you so far, Soda? I'd like to get a better grasp on the details before I say anything, before saying anything. This is Masuru Ide, a detective from the local police. He's acting as my point of contact while I'm over here, as well as providing any support I need. I don't doubt it's a quite troublesome assignment. There are lots of things that need to be kept secret for one. But he's been very good at not prying into the particulars while doing what needs to be done. Occasional grumbling notwithstanding. Given what this case has ended up involving, though, those particulars may not end up remaining undisclosed for much longer. Let's see. An assistant, the First Investigation Division of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Mie Prefecture Police. He often finds himself saddled with whatever troublesome tasks come to the department's way. Something he makes sure to grumble about each time. But it is a proficient detective in his own right. But is a proficient detective in his own right, being diligent in his duties and having passed his promotion exam without difficulty. Although often is said to have a somewhat unreadable expression, he is quite sociable and makes a point to attend all the department drinking parties. I mean, if it's free drinks, I'd do it. Born and raised in Mie, Masaru never ventured beyond bicycle commuting distance from his hometown, Sioux City, until the time came for him to attend university. With no particular plans for his future in mind, he took the employment exam for police officers, figuring that local government jobs would at least be stable. He had no sense of admiration for the police or any strong sense of duty or justice, but found the strict discipline of the police force suited to his personality. Sorry to hear that, buddy. He quietly married his fellow classmate from the police academy soon after graduating, and at home he takes on the role of doting father to 2 sons and a daughter. If pressed to discuss his hobbies, they would include walking and combination puzzles. Strangely enough, he often happens to be walking nearby whenever incidents occur, leading him to be first on the scene even when off duty, something his colleagues frequently tease him about. Do we know what the situation was when the corpse was found? I just got here as well, so I'm not clear on the details myself. But from the sounds of it, a local civilian happened across it about an hour ago as they were passing by. They got us on the scene immediately, so no one else should have seen it. That's a relief. We don't want people working themselves into a frenzy over this. Where is that local now? You got someone taking their statement in the nearby police box. I'll let you know when we get more info there. Please do. Weren't you going to examine the body? First glance, he seemed the sort to find hard work troublesome, but he proved himself to be quite the thoughtful individual. If that attitude of his is a deliberate ploy to get those he's dealing with to lower their guards, he's certainly not one to be underestimated. I'm gonna say the same thing again. I see, so this is the corpse in question, is it? Unusual is certainly one word for it. It's all dried up now, almost like it's been mummified. But apart from that, it's pretty safe to say this is a mermaid, right? Let's take a closer look at it. The body's lower half is identical to a fish's tail. If this was a fish, I'd be a pretty huge one. It seems the fish's it seems like the fish half of the body begins from the shoulders downward. All the mermaids I've ever seen or ever heard of have had the fish half starting from the waist down. If it is a fake, maybe whoever made it didn't do their research? Yeah, right? Well, we don't know if it's a murder victim. We just found the body. We don't know what happened here. Several of the mermaids described in old Japanese legends had their faces as the only human part, though, right? Seriously? Guess that makes me the one who didn't do the research then. Oops. This really is a corpse. I wonder when they died. I doubt their body would have ended up this desiccated if it had been in the sea this whole time. You think there's the possibility that they died, shriveled up into a mummy-like state when their body fell into the sea and got washed up here? Makes for quite the enigma, that's for sure. Then we find out that this is Yuzu's mom. And there's no sign of external wounds, so I can't. I can't see anything that would have been that could have caused their death at least. As you can see, there's no doubt it has a human head. That's the main reason we went ahead with this, treating it as a corpse. That makes sense. I can't imagine anyone would have seen a creature like this before, after all. If it really is a mermaid, wouldn't this be a pretty huge discovery? It's not the sort of thing we'll be able to make public, that's for sure. I don't suppose we have any way of confirming their identity. Given the state of the body, it'd probably be difficult to confirm based on facial features, but we might have a chance of using dental records. Though that would depend if they've ever had a dental exam. Yeah, right? Like Mermaid just kind of comes to the sea, just like, oh, I gotta get my teeth cleaned, man. I chipped a tooth eating a sea urchin. I see. That makes sense. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards it being a fake of some kind. What do you think? It's true that many of the mermaid mummies discovered were ultimately found to have been man-made in origin. Mermaid mummy. Relics believed to be either the embalmed or mummified remains of mermaids are preserved in temples throughout Japan. Among them, several are said to bestow blessings such as eternal youth and longevity or sound health and are treated as objects of worship. In the 1970s, some garnered so much attention after being featured on TV that people traveled en masse to see them, prompting some temples and shrines to discontinue public viewing. Mermaid mummies have also been documented in other countries. In the 1800s, the exhibition of mermaid mummies as exotic curios became a widespread phenomenon across Europe and the United States. Although these mummies were originally believed to be genuine, subsequent analysis has revealed fibers from materials such as wood and paper in their composition, exposing them to be man-made in origin. The quality of some mermaid mummies crafted in Japan during the Edo period was particularly high, with several being widely circulated, especially in Europe. However, the revelation that many of these mermaids were man-made does not disprove the existence of mermaids, and debate on the topic continues even today. Today being in the 80s. You won't find me complaining if it is. No need to investigate a fake corpse after all. Maybe that's being too optimistic, though. We just have to see about that, won't we? Sorry, gonna need some more water. When I first saw this expression, I thought they must have died in unbelievable agony. But at the same time, I can't help but feel like they're looking almost satisfied. Could just be my imagination, though. Satisfied? If we really do have a mermaid on our hands, do you think those stories about becoming immortal from eating mermaid flesh are true? Oh, so you're curious about that too, Detective? Well, I don't know if I'd actually want to eat it, though. Living forever doesn't necessarily mean you'll be happy, you know? Besides, I can't say I find the thought of eating meat from this thing all that appealing. Yeah, I suppose that is a natural response. But there are plenty of people who would be interested in getting their hands on this corpse for that exact reason. I can see that. We might even have people fighting over it if it gets out. All the more reason to try to keep it hidden. A troublesome, sure is a troublesome thing we've got on our hands here. Well, I think we have a decent grasp of the situation now. What's your opinion, Soda? First of all, based on the state of the corpse, I think it's safe to say this is another case of the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Some of the residual curse energy is still lingering around the body. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Just as expected then. I suppose that's no surprise. Yeah, I was expecting the Forsaken Fish too, personally. I just didn't say it out loud because I thought it was just so obvious. Huh? What was that just now? We'll try to explain we'll try to explain our understanding of the case so far, Detective. I realize some of it might sound a bit absurd, but please bear with us. The corpse is neither a fake, nor could it be called a mermaid. It is the remains of a human, one transformed into a fish as a result of a curse. What? A form of human? And a curse too? It's pretty hard to know what to say to that. One thing's for sure. It's not going to fly in the case... that's not going to fly in the case report by itself. Mind explaining it a bit more... Mind explaining a bit more to me? Of course. Let's start with an explanation of our circumstances then. I'll let you handle the explanations, ma'am. Of course. Leave it to me. In return, I'll be counting on you to handle the report. Oh, confound it. I like how serious that was, like his first like weird looking face. It's just like paperwork. God damn it. First, I suppose I should start with a brief explanation of the department I work for. Wait, aren't you part of some secret department in the securities division over in Tokyo? Are you sure you should be telling me something like that? I'm not gonna get caught up in any troublesome business if you do, am I? No need to worry. I doubt it'll come to that. Probably. Our work is mostly kept a secret because it's something of a pain to find people who will accept, let alone understand, the circumstances each time. But you've been very supportive so far, so I can't imagine that will be a problem. If you really insist, go ahead, I guess. As you say, my department is indeed part of the security division. Its proper name is the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Paranormal Affairs? Though officially called the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department of Security Division Paranormal Affairs Bureau, it is more commonly referred to simply as Paranormal Affairs. Only a handful of people know of its existence, even within the police force. As the name suggests, this unit specializes in investigation and resolution of cases involving paranormal phenomena. Since the existence of such happenings is not public knowledge, nor is it readily believed by the general population, the Bureau's activities are conducted in the utmost secrecy, as there are currently 5 members in the unit, including the chief. They utilize a network of psychic contacts across the country to assist their cases. The current chief of Paranormal Affairs is a man named Kuryu Nakagoshi, although said to have been born into a family of psychics who would have been involved in keeping the world safe from paranormal phenomena for generations. Kuryu is an elusive figure. Very few have met him in person, and he is rarely seen in the office. It is said that because he has oft been the target of curses. However, some theorize that it is in fact because Kuryu is not actually a flesh and blood human, with some going so far as to question whether he really exists. His seat in his office is usually occupied by his familiar, a Nue, a legendary creature found in Japanese folklore. I'm sure none of us have ever heard of a Nue before, right? The Nue resembles an ordinary white thrush and acts like Kuryu's messenger, leading to bizarre scenes of police officers earnestly reporting their findings to a bird. The term Nakagoshi's case serves as a code name used to refer to cases under investigation by Paranormal Affairs. I don't think so. Not like this. I'm just trying to think if anything came and mentioned in any of the curse stories, but I don't think they did. It was all like ghosts and such. Geez, the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, huh? Though, if there really are cases of spiritual phenomena causing harm around the place, I guess it's not hard to believe that there'd be some sort of organization to deal with them within the police. Precisely. I'm so glad you're quick on the uptake. Well, seeing that corpse over there, there's not much else I can do but believe it, you know? Does that mean you have spirit sense? Or some other sort of psychic powers? Not to any notable degree, I'm afraid. As I mentioned, I'm primarily a housewife. If you ask me, I would rather sort this all out and get back home to my husband as soon as possible. Right. Soto here was my husband's protege. When he used to work as a psychic, though. He helps me out on any work I'm assigned to. I'm responsible for handling any spiritual work that comes up, yes. Spiritual work, huh? Hearing you say that like it's just another job makes me feel like we're talking about another industry entirely. But if you really are just a housewife, Mrs. Shiki, why are you working for a special unit like that? I know it's none of my business, but if your husband is a psychic, wouldn't it all be more in his line of work? True. Personally, I'd also rather our roles were reversed. But there are several reasons why that unfortunately cannot be the case. I see. I don't really know your circumstances, but it sounds pretty tough. Either way, I should be good to put this down as a paranormal affairs case, right? That should be fine. Yes. You can leave the rest of the investigation to us. We'll also handle the report. More specifically, Soto will. Just his face, they're just like... That's his paperwork face. That's the only thing that gets him off his game. Really? Thanks. That's a great help. Not again. A woman who balances her work as a housewife with her position as a full-time employee of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, a secret department within the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. Although the very image of a refined lady in appearance, she has a surprisingly free-spirited personality and tends to find anything she has no interest in too bothersome to take seriously. Things that do catch her attention, on the other hand, often command all of it, and she will actively involve herself into looking into them. She utterly adores her husband, swooning in an admiration of whenever the topic turns to him. when she is viewed with affection by her co-worker, and she is also viewed with affection by her co-workers, who call her ma'am. Out of the 5 full-time members of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, Yumiko alone lacks any particular metaphysical ability, despite possessing a meager degree of spirit sense. Even so, she was chosen to be part of the Bureau's elite unit for a very particular reason, reasons only known to a handful of people close to her. There was once one other member of the Bureau who had no paranormal powers to speak of, veteran police detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi, and the two of them occasionally worked on investigations together. When dispatched on assignments now, she always pairs up with freelance detective Soto Kiryu, leaving all paranormal-related procedures and often her much-despised paperwork to him. Yumiko's husband is also a psychic by the name of Itensai Shiki, and Soto is his cherished protege. But yeah, I was wondering. I like how there was once one other member of the Bureau who had no... I'm just like, does that imply that Tetsuo does not work for the Bureau anymore? Or does that imply that he does have paranormal powers now? Psychics and spirit sense. The various abnormal occurrences attributed to the spirits of the dead are collectively referred to as spiritual phenomena. These can range from small particularities, such as being able to see things that shouldn't be there, hearing strange sounds, or feeling a sudden unnatural chill, to a large-scale phenomena powerful enough to defy the law of physics, potentially even triggering natural disasters. Harmful spirits, phenomena that cause unwanted effects by interfering with natural or tampering with the human body or minds, are called curses. Curses can themselves be divided into 2 categories: those that occur naturally, often arising from negative emotions such as deep resentment from the dead, and those that are intentionally created by someone with spiritual ability using an existing spirit or grudge. However, creating a curse is quite difficult, and there is the risk of the curse rebounding and causing harm to the creator instead. The more powerful the curse, the more stringent the conditions that are required to use it. Guess it depends on which timeline you're on. Yeah, I guess so. The ability to sense the energy of spirits and spiritual phenomena is known as spiritual sense. The strength of this ability varies from person to person, and while it can be increased to a certain extent through training, it ultimately comes down to the individual's innate talent. According to those who have it, spirit sense is similar to a sense of smell. The lingering spiritual energy of an area can be detected of what feels like these specialized sense organs conveying information such as the relative strength of the phenomena and whether it is benevolent or malevolent. In nature, those with a particularly potent spirit sense are also able to glean specific details from the energy, and even track down to identify its origin. However, as spiritual energy is unaffected by air movement, it is not possible to use wind to drive it away. The ability to see spiritual phenomena is considered a psychic ability, further described below. Spiritual phenomena occurs regardless of one's ability to perceive them, so many people that lack spirit sense are affected by such phenomena without any awareness of the cause. As spirit sense is important to quantify, comparing its strength between individuals is difficult. However, as tolerance to forcible exposure to spiritual phenomena is comparable to tolerance to alcohol. There are those who use this comparison when explaining to others. I see. Psychic ability, the special ability to interact with influence spirits. It covers a wide range of abilities, from simply being able to see spirits to being able to directly control or exercise them. It also includes the ability to intentionally induce spiritual phenomena in order to use specific skills, such as peering into the future, capturing images with psychic photography, or searching for objects using dowsing. Individuals who possess such abilities also are known as psychics. People who possess spirit sense but lack psychic abilities are particularly susceptible to the influence of spiritual phenomena, whether they are aware of it or not, and as such often fall victim to supernatural disasters or disturbances. Just like how just eerie the music, whatever it gets when you do that. So, does that mean you came all the way to Nie? Because you knew something like this was going to happen? And psychic photography. Dude, even when stamps are just new, as a JoJo concept, Joseph just like, it was like, wow, this is shit. Oh, that's awfully perceptive of you, detective. I suppose you could say that, yes. At the very least, this situation hasn't come as a huge surprise. If that's the case, was the body from the other day one of those cases too, then? Identify. We're just going further and further back. Like I said, it was indeed, yes. Seriously, does that sound like a pain to deal with? I bet our chief knew all about this when he assigned me to the case. If it lessens the burden, you've been a great help to us so far, detective. I don't mind occult stuff, so I've been asking all these questions out of curiosity. But it's probably best I don't get too involved in all this paranormal business, right? You must have had a good reason for keeping it under wraps, after all. I think that would be wise, yes. Still, I never would have thought that there's a curse out there that can turn people into fish. And it only half worked, so the victim ended up looking like a mermaid. That's bound to cause misunderstandings. The curse is originally meant to turn a person's whole body into that of a fish, you see. But the victim died before the transformation was complete, so it stopped before it could reach that point. Yeah. The vast majority of the mermaids discovered over the years are either man-made fakes or victims of the same curse. I see. To be honest, part of me was kind of excited when I first saw what it looked like. I thought it might mean there really are mermaids out there, you know? Exactly like the ones you hear about in stories. I'm afraid we can neither confirm or deny things here. I get why you were asking about the corpse's identity now. Because you realize they used to be human, right? That's right. Very recently, too. The transformation likely happened yesterday or even earlier today. That recently? Someone could just end up in a state like this like this after just a day? They certainly could. Seriously? These curses sure are scary. I'll get friends to take a look when they get here then. Please do. The investigator in question has worked on paranormal affair cases before, so they shouldn't need any explanation. Ah, right, the case from yesterday. Great. That should save us some effort then. Oops. Cursed one day, a mummified corpse the next. Sure is a scary world we live in. That's in China, Toast. You know, I sometimes find myself wondering if I have a bit of spiritual sense as well. There've been times I've caught sight of strange things when walking down a road at night. And when I looked into it later, I found that the place I walked by had been the site of an accident or something like. Oh, that might be the real deal then. It's definitely a possibility. I would advise not getting too close to anything you see of that nature. It becomes easier for them to target you if they realize you're aware of them, you see? Jeez. What would happen then? I guess I'd end up possessed or something. There is that danger, yes, in the event you are possessed. You may find yourself afflicted by headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations. Memory problems and impaired thinking are also not unheard of. Headaches and muscle stiffness definitely ring a bell. I sure hope it isn't the work of some spirit. Yeah, spirit made you turn 30. Do people have their personalities taken over when possessed too? It may be possible with spirits who had a very close relationship to their target, such as if they were siblings or a parent and a child. But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. The negative effects I just mentioned are primarily caused by the two parties not being in sync. I'm so sorry, Toast. That's good to know, I think. Even if a spirit were able to successfully possess someone, it would only be able to pressure them to behave in ways that would be unusual for the individual in question. That wouldn't be unusual for the individual in question. I see, but in that case, there's no way of knowing whether you're behaving that way on your own will or not, right? Exactly. Hence the prevalence of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Huh. So that's how things work here. As far as I know, I haven't been able, as far as I know, I haven't been having any problems like that, so I think I should be fine. Ma'am? What is it? Perhaps I could use my, Shagan ability to see if it produces any results. That's an excellent idea. I almost forgot we had such a handy trick up our sleeve. Shagan? What does that do? Patience detective, you'll see you soon enough. Alright. There, it's done. Ah, so it went well, did it? Well done, Shodo. That's his name, right, Shodo? Oh, his name's right there. Sodo, not Shodo. Sodo. Who? What's all this about then? Sodo can see the faces of the deceased from a piece of their remains, however small. He can sketch their features based on what he saw. Ah, so that's how you got the sketch of the victim in that other case. An ability like that would be priceless if we could use it on the Force, you know? Well, I hear it doesn't always work. It's not, unfortunately, not foolproof. So, what did our victim look like? About that, I think you might be faster to see for yourselves. Isn't that just, that does not just, yeah, yeah, that's, Mare. This face, it's Somekawa. Wait, Somekawa, you can't mean... I like how this moves forward. It's just like, oh, you have to go back. We're going back. So yeah, we're going even further back to the past here. God, there's something I wanted to check something too, and I totally forget now. But oh well. I think we're good. I'm gonna be right back. Because I think it's been like 2 hours, so I'm gonna take a stretch break. We're gonna go for another hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on how things go and when's a good time to stop. Sorry. I'll be back in a little bit. Don't go too far. And yeah, more. We'll figure out what we got here. I can zoom in. Oh. Figure out what we got with Yumiko and that other body in a bit. Okay. I am back, and I also got some water. Well, more water, because definitely like about the other bottle is about to run out. So okay, let's see what's going on back here. Eh? Unidentified skeletons. You could be the change you want in this world, Toast, or something like that. Yumiko Shiki arrives in Toba City, Mie Prefecture, to investigate the discovery of skeletal remains with her assistant, Soto Kiryu. That's fair. Especially after the, after whatever. Injuring yourself. Yeah, definitely would not wanna strain it. Welcome, man. I've been waiting for you. Dude, if I am completely right, and this game is told in reverse, and then that chapter at the top is just the very end, I will be very impressed. From the site where the bones were found is a little ways offshore from the beach. You went ahead and started the investigation, I see. Thanks for that. Not at all. You clearing everything with the local police meant all I had to do was arrive and inspect the remains myself. To get straight to the point, there is no doubt signs of a curse are clearly evident. The skeletal remains are tied to a supernatural incident. Seems I was right to trust my intuition on this one. Alright then, let me hear the full report. Whoops. Understood. That's a good thing to be looking at. Hashtag look at Karen. Solves a lot of problems. This is the town of Ijika in Toba City. The area is a historic place known for its ama divers. Oh, I know it well. It's also famous for the filming location of one of Japan's most well-known monster films. I wonder what they could be talking about. I wouldn't know about that myself, ma'am, but you seem unusually well-versed in that area. Those old tokusatsu films are the best. You should watch some for yourself, Soda. As you wish. I'll look into it. Frankenstein, yeah, my favorite Japanese monster, Frankenstein. See, Toba City. A city located in the northeastern tip of the Shima Peninsula. Adjacent to Ise City and Shima City. Along with the city itself, the administrative area is also encompasses four populated islands. The combined area of modern Toba City and Shima City was formerly known as Shima Province. Its coastline features one of Japan's most notable coasts and is renowned not only for its marine industries, but also for its popularity as a tourist destination. Having originally sprung up as a castle town of the Toba domain, the years following the Meiji era saw Toba flourish as the center of the Shima region, with an abundance of marine products available in its waters. It is also famous for being home to the highest number of active ama divers in Japan. There are many guest houses run by ama divers and fishermen along the shores, providing visitors to the area with opportunity to enjoy fresh seafood. One day I'll actually try like sushi in Japan and see how good it is, and then come back here and be like, wow, sushi sucks. Just kidding. Ichika Town is a fishing settlement located within Toba City on the eastern tip of the Shima Peninsula. Don't get anything with crab. Why? Oh, when I missed the first thing. I mean, I can eat the crab, just you can't. The area takes its name from the Ichikajima Ichikajima region, or sorry, no, that's the same region. Oh, that's true. That is true. The area that takes its name from the Ichikajima, an island offshore of the region. It is said that the hollow in the center of the island was so relative as to resemble a mirror, or reflective. The center of the island was so reflective as to resemble a mirror, leading to Yamato Hime no Miko, given it its current name, which is written with the characters for stone and mirror. That is true. I think toes, like I guess even if it is a minor allergy, could have like proximal effect, but the Rias coastline is a particularly beautiful sight, and is well known as a spot to watch the sunrise. It is also notable as the filming location of the first entry in one of Japan's most famous monster film series, and sees many visits from fans as a result. Well, now that I know, I could add that to my list of things to see. Just go here and just be like, yo, this is where a certain monster was first sighted. See, I can't name it either, because, you know, I haven't got the license cleared here on stream, so. A diligent and earnest young man. His mentor, my husband, has nothing but praise for his skills, and so he has my complete trust. I know I shouldn't rely on him too much, but he's so good at noticing the finer details that I often find myself doing so. Let's talk about the sea. You can see the sea from here all the way to Kamishima. Do you sense anything out there, Soda? Yes, I do. The waters south of Kamishima are saturated with the powerful presence of the curse of the raging waves. I can sense it even from this distance. That's how I know how strong it is. Is that so? Looking out to the sea, I can't see a thing. I just hope this means we've made it in time. Even during the disaster 5 years ago, the energy was never this overwhelming. I can't read. That has none of the characters I recognize, so I can't read that. The seal has broken. There's no doubt about it. It's already broken. That isn't good. The sea still seems calm though. Does the storm not break out immediately? Yes, something seems to be holding it back for now. Oh, so there's a silver lining at least. Frankenstein, I'm very sure. Okay, I should have figured that. Because you made the Frankenstein earlier, but... See, I didn't see the character note in there, but... At least what I thought would know was no. It seems stable for the moment. We probably have 2 or 3 days of safety. Then we've got a bit of breathing room. Perhaps there's still something we can do. Yeah, true. No, understandable. I was thinking it, but I wasn't gonna, like, outright criticize you there. But, because I kind of had a feeling, but... Curse of the Raging Waves. A curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms in the seas around Kamishima. It is said that the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Taishima, an island once located to the south of Kamishima, after someone brought about its destruction. Some believe that several of the disasters that have struck Kamishima in the past were actually caused by this curse in some manner, including the Kamishima South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. That person accused of bringing the curse to Kamishima was called the Raging Wave Curse Bearer and was shunned by the island's inhabitants. Ah. No, what if we go so far back that we actually go back to the incident? Like we go back to that incident and then we go back to the island being destroyed and learning all about stuff. Still nothing. I hope we can do something about the curse of the raging waves while it's still being held back. Yes, but despite all efforts, we still haven't found a way to lift the curse. We might have quite a struggle ahead of us. That's really the heart of the problem, isn't it? And we have no idea where your ancestors' keepsake is either. Nah. I apologize on behalf of my family. To begin, shall I review the details of the case? Is that really necessary? Summarizing may help us notice something we missed. Not a day goes past that I don't admire your diligence, Soto. My thanks. I'll strive to be brief. A few days ago, a fisherman off the coast here hauled a long, rod-like object. It resembled a human bone, so he notified the police. It was about 10 days ago, so he fished it up completely by chance. We'll go back to a fair distance, then eventually progress. Yeah. But then oh no. Oh no! Following that, the police conducted an underwater investigation of the surrounding area. They discovered multiple skeletal remains in a fissure behind the rocks. All the remains were already severely deteriorated, with each of them being several years to several decades old. As a result, forensics struggled to identify the victims. There's just too little to go on. Only fragments of the skull remained, so facial reconstruction was apparently not possible. Hardly surprising in such a state. But with your ability, we hardly need facial reconstruction, do we? Indeed. I'll report my discoveries shortly. You know, what possibility comes to mind? Will you humor me? Please, go ahead. I wonder if those skeletal remains could be the victims of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster from 5 years ago. Regrettably, that is not the case. Oh, darn it. Please don't sound so defeated. Forensics confirmed 5 bodies in total, but they said each had decomposed over a different length of time. Oh, meaning they didn't all die at the same time? Correct. The most recent appears to date back 6 years. The others go back to some 10 years before that. Another 10, and another 10, and another 10, and so on. So roughly 1 body every 10 years. Indeed. I imagine that any older remains may have simply decayed entirely. Which means someone's been using the fissure to dump as a dump. Someone's been using that fissure as a place to dump corpses for decades. It's surrounded by rocks with minimal currents in the area, so it's unlikely they drifted there naturally. I mean, I just like how she looks very upset. Just can't believe someone would do that. Very miffed. Had that bone not been fished up by chance, we never would have known. In other words, It was an ideal site for quietly disposing of bodies. So this was no accident. Someone did this. I imagine I imagine quite some resentment must have piled up over the years. Indeed, but it really cleansed the lingering resentment in the area. Leaving such resentment to fester could lead to a curse manifested, after all. Efficient, as always. My thanks. There's one more point of concern that all the remains have in common. Go on. Each body bore a clean, precise cut, clearly severed. Severed? You're saying they were sliced straight through the bone? Yes, each was sliced down through the bone with a clean cut as smooth as the last. Forensic noticed that reproducing such a uniform cut would be extremely difficult. Even with industrial equipment, such precision would have been unachievable decades ago. One possible explanation. The master swordsman is that a master swordsman wielding a razor-sharp katana cleaved each of them in a single stroke. Well, yes, that certainly would explain it. But warriors don't exactly run around with sword in this day and age. Which brings us to the possibility of a curse, I suppose. Correct. If the cuts were made by supernatural means, the rules change. As it turns out, there are traces of a curse at each of the severed points. It was just a matter of time until we found one. Also, for the briefest moment, I glimpsed a curse echo that looked like a warrior in armor. Oh, a curse echo in armor. So those are back. Yes, judging from the crest on its armor and given our location, it seems to be a curse tied to the Heiki? Heiki, yeah. Right, the Heiki. You are familiar with the Heiki, I assume? Well, the Heiki, I'm not too sure. The Heiki were a branch of the Taira clan. A warrior family who rose to power at the end of the Han period. Han? Yeah, it'd be... No, hey. From their base in Ise province, they expanded their influence, reaching great heights under Taira no Kiyomori. But in their pride, they were defeated by the Genji in what is now known as the Genpei War. Genpei War. No. Genpei, yeah, I was right the first time. I don't know why I keep, forgetting EI, the sound. It's literally just in a sensei, right? So, Genpei. Where'd my water go? Yes, of course. I knew that. The tale of the Heike preserved just how prosperous they were before they fell. Many who lived through the downfall carried deep regrets. Their resentment is especially persistent. Many traces remain even today, and they can be quite meddlesome. Indeed. You hear about it all over the place. I guess, even by expert standards. It's quite the problem. Oh, hey, Legis. Nice, 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 nice. We have a genealogy. Beautiful. The Heike were part of the Issei Taira clan, which was itself an Issei-based branch of the Taira clan. I guess that kind of self-explanatory. Issei Taira, it's Issei. Okay. A prominent samurai family of the Heian period. Although the entire Issei Taira clan was greatly influential, Heike refers to the particularly prosperous lineage of Taira no Masamori, Taira no Tadamori, and Taira no Kiyomori. I'm glad one of those is blue. Like, that's going to show up in the name. Known as one of the most prominent samurai families of the Heian period, along with the Minamoto clan, the Taira clan was originally based in the Kanto region. However, following Taira no Masakado's uprising against the central government in the year 935, there is no 1 there, it's 935, and its suppression at the hands of Taira no Satomori, the latter's son, Korehira moved to Issei province, where he came to wield significant political power. This is the start of what would become known as the Issei Taira clan. 4 generations on from Korehira, Taira no Masamori has consolidated the family's influence in Issei. His successor, Tadamori, was granted permission to enter the imperial court in 1132, eventually attaining a rank equal to that of nobility. The distinguished military exploits of Tadamori's son, Taira no Kiyomori, further led to Kiyomori's promotion to Daijin, Counselor of the Realm, the highest possible governmental rank in 1167. In 1180, Kiyomori's daughter, Kiyomori's daughter, Noriko, married into the imperial family, and her son ascended to the throne as emperor, enabling the Heike to consolidate their monopoly on political authority. Thus, the Taira clan came to dominate the political landscape of the time. Such was their wealth and power that one member of the clan is said to have remarked that all those who did not belong to the Taira clan were to be considered people of no position. Damn. However, this golden age of the Taira clan did not last long. Their arrogant rule and dictatorial grasp on power led to many turning against the Taira clan, and the stirrings of rebellion soon came to a head, with several prominent figures joining forces in a bid to overthrow them. In the midst of the resulting years of warfare, Kiyomori died of illness in 1181. Despite losing one of their key members of the Taira clan, the Taira clan continued to struggle against their opponent, but to no avail. In 1185, they were finally defeated in the Battle of Danorura. And many of its members, including Kiyomori's grandson, Emperor Antoku, who was still a child at the time, were lost beneath the waves of Danorura, burdened with unfulfilled ambitions. That said, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, regarded since ancient times as a symbol of imperial authority, was also lost in sea that day. After their defeat, the surviving members of the Taira clan, now disgraced as fallen warriors, scattered across the country and lived out their days in hiding. Even to this day, legends of the Taira clan survivors persist in various regions across Japan. That's cool. Not sure how much of this is going to be I need to remember for the plot. Probably not much of it all, but that's cool. What's more, the katana that cursed arrow Echo carried was believed to be the famed blade Nukamaru. Yes, a blade passed down through the Heike, once wielded by Taira no Tadamori. I see. It would seem your love of swords has proved rather useful here. So what you're saying is that the skeletal remains were cut and killed by the power of Tadamori's curse? I can't say it was Tadamori himself, but I am confident it was a curse from someone within the Heike. Yeah, it's just cool. It's just cool. At the very least, it offers an explanation for those mysteriously perfect cuts. But the body's being dumped every decade. Surely it can't be the curse too, can it? Correct. I imagine that part likely involves further investigation by someone else. So this wasn't an accident by some spontaneous curse. There's a perpetrator out there. Indeed. However, I can't imagine any psychic with enough power to wield such a curse would dispose of bodies so poorly. My theory is that someone is using a curse stone. They're killing through its curse, then discarding the bodies. A curse stone? Think of it as a talisman that lets even those without spirit sense use the power of curses. They are created when intense resentment fuses with a suitable relic. Sounds dangerously convenient. There were a few incidents involving curse stones in Tokyo last year, actually. Did you hear? Ah, now that you mention it, that somewhat rings a bell. Okay, so we now officially know that this game takes place like basically a year after last games. Curse stones. A type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses, as long as the tool meets the above criteria. Items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and the characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when the influence of the Feast of Shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. Robo So in short, whoever's behind this possesses a stone imbued with the Heike's curse. They use it to kill someone roughly every decade, dumping the body into the sea. That aligns with the evidence. Thank you for the summary. I'd always planned to come to Toba in Mie Prefecture together with Soto on another case. The news of skeletal remains being found in the area caught my eye, so I sent him ahead to investigate. As expected, it turned out to be the result of a curse. Unlikely a troublesome one at that. Now then, about those skeletal remains. Were you able to use your shotgun, Soto? Yes, I did. It only worked on the most recent body, though, the one from 6 years ago. By viewing part of the remains, I was able to reconstruct a portrait sketch of how he looked when he was alive. Here's a copy. I've already provided one of to the police as well. Impressive. That ability of yours remains quite the asset. Not always. There are times when the vision just doesn't come through. It's far from infallible. Did you have to draw? No, maybe that was just the image that they were projecting of themselves. They weren't very happy in real life. Besides, there are those who could simply speak directly with the victim's spirit and ask who did it. Even so, none of these methods would would hold up as admissible evidence in court. But as a lead in our investigation is more than enough. Excellent work. Thank you. We had the police compare the sketch against missing people from 6 years ago, but no matches were found. Darn. It made things much easier. Detective Ide is continuing the investigation. Detective with the local police. I heard he's good. Let's hope he proves it. Toba seabed skeletons. In which multiple human skeletons were recovered from a deep fissure on the Toba seabed. The initial estimate indicated that at least 5 bodies have been disposed of there. The following information has been made available to the public. Victims' identities unclear. All victims male. Each body has thought to have been disposed of at different times. The most recent body dates to about 6 years ago. Facial sketch of this individual obtained using Soto Kiryu's Shagan ability. The other remains shows signs of gradual aging, with the oldest dating back more than 30 years ago, or back more than 30 years. Although the presence of older remains has been confirmed, they have been completely decayed. It is impossible to tell how old they are. It is unlikely that the bodies could have drifted into the fissure naturally, so it is thought that someone has been discarding them there every few years. Each skeleton shows signs of a clean, precise cut inflicted by a sharp blade. Traces of a curse were also detected from around the severed sections. The victims are believed to have been killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Heike. Say Soto, that sketch of yours. Maybe we should show it to some of the locals. Good point. Someone might recognize him if they were around here 6 years ago. If we can identify the victim, it could help us trace the one who used the curse. Oh, she has some marks on her neck that don't look like just like shading or like artistic. I mean, that's gonna be something that comes up later. Because there was like, oh, there's a reason why she's the one on the police force that they, yeah, like some kind of scarring, right? I guess we can't leave things be. We can't leave things be now that we know there's a curse involved. Honestly, I'd rather not deal with that. There you go again. Are you sure that's something you should be saying out loud? Obviously not. I just want to get this over with and go home, that's all. Yes, yes, we all know how much you love your home. Dude, I like how, like sharp his expressions are, and just, like, when he's, like, talking, he's like that, and just, like, he's got the poses. And then, when he's, like, when he's distraught, it's, like, the funniest face. He's just, like... It's great, it's great. Ma'am, behind you. Behind me. Who's that? Just someone from town passing by? She bolted. Soto, after her. On it. Hey, stop. Let me go. I did nothing wrong. I didn't do nothing wrong. I apprehended the suspect. Good work. Sorry for the rough handling. Mind helping us out a bit? What were you doing here? Why'd you run? What? Don't get smart with me. You're the suspicious one, sneaking around and poking into things. You think folks wouldn't be wary with shady types like you wandering around through town? Ah, I see. We gave you a scare. Sorry if we gave you a scare. We're with the police. Nothing shady here. You're with the police? Seriously? You heard about the skeletal remains found nearby? Yes. That's what we're looking into. You don't look like police. Say, do you live around here? Just something I'd like you to take a look at. Is there something I'd like you to take a quick look at? Do you recognize this face at all? We believe he may have been around here about 6 years ago. Huh? Nope, don't know him. I see. Could you point us in the direction of someone who might know about people coming and going in town? No idea. Ask whoever you want. Can I go now? I've got nothing to do with this. I don't know a thing. Sorry. See, the way that she talked at this first start, I was just like, she seems like she's just probably like out, like they got the rural accent. What a particular woman, or what a peculiar woman. It's like her mind was somewhere else entirely. Either way, we should talk to more people in town. Agreed. Could you ask around to find out who that woman is? Of course. She seemed a little like off kilter a bit too, right? Just in general. Ma'am, I've learned a few things. Excellent. Let's hear it. Sorry again. The port and town center are down that way, so this area is technically the outskirts. It's a quiet town, so a stranger loitering here would definitely attract attention. That's a good point. We split up to ask around town, but all the leads I found didn't actually lead anywhere. I'm just not cut out for this kind of legwork. I asked around about the woman we encountered earlier. Apparently she isn't originally from this town. Oh, is that so? Indeed, apparently she wandered into this town about 5 years ago. She's been living alone in a cheap rental apartment on the outskirts of town ever since. When she first arrived, she had nothing but an old wooden box, which she was clutching as if it were very dear to her. Nothing but an old wooden box? Supposedly, she used to work as an ama diver when she first moved here, and she would occasionally go diving for fish. But these days, she keeps to herself, and no one ever sees her diving anymore. No one really knows how she supports herself, and many of the islanders find her unsettling. Oh, you know what? Yeah, because I thought that too. When I saw her, I was just like, oh, she looks kind of like Maru, right? Lamare, but like just kind of like absolutely just not taking care of herself. And then they saw the fish and they're like, oh, that's that lady. So, and like, how would they know that lady? Maybe that's the name of this lady. And they're just like, wait, shit, the drawing, this matches the lady that we saw in the other town. What? Perhaps she fled from something and moved her life here. That was suggested, yes, but she'd never spoken about her past, so no one knows for sure. Though according to her landlord, she's never been late on rent. She's never caused any problems either. Still, it seems strange she get worked up about strangers coming to town. It doesn't seem like she's in any position to be worrying about that. You think she might be hiding something? It's possible. Her attitude changed the moment we said we were with the police. Perhaps she was keeping watch over the coast where the bodies were dumped, waiting to see if someone would show up. Right, I mean, the most recent body is from 6 years ago, and she arrived in town 5 years back. That time is rather suspicious when you look at it like that. You best keep an eye on her. Agreed. Were you able to get her name? Apparently her last name is Somekawa, but I didn't manage to get her first name. Somekawa? Why does that name sound so familiar? You've heard it before? I think so, but I can't quite remember where. But I'm a woman who cast off her past long ago. Guess I shouldn't let it bother me. Not this again. Let's leave any time-soon background checks to Detective Ide. Very well. I'll inform him. Yeah, because like she was Mari Somekawa, and now she's just Somekawa. A woman living in Toba, although she occasionally does work as an alma diver, isn't clear who she is and where she came from. Apparently she showed up in Toba about 5 years ago with nothing but a grubby wooden box to her name, and has been living there ever since. Okay, what about if they, like, Mari is a mermaid, but like all the mermaids look like this, so that's why like she looked like a mermaid, or she just got the same name, and why that fish person, although this fish person is like oh, we don't have the sketch, do we? I thought the sketch was here somewhere. Yeah, this is just here. They don't have the other one. So that's also a possibility. So this means that woman might have been marking us since we got here. It's possible. I apologize for not noticing sooner. Even a moment's lapse can expose one to a curse. I was careless, but I won't let it happen again. You can be cursed that easily? That's terrifying. What a world we live in. I showed the sketch of the victim to several townsfolk. However, it seemed that no one here recognized him at all. Unfortunate. I suppose chances are he wasn't from this area to begin with. Guess we'll have to place our hopes on Detective Ide then. You don't suppose we might be working with a bad sketch here? You needn't worry about that. I'm confident in its likeness. It should be a near perfect match. You're right. I'm sure it's close. Sorry for doubting you. That concludes all the information I gathered from my inquiries. We didn't get another flashback. Sorry. I guess our recollection. So, guess this might be the end of. Also didn't read those things. Thanks. It helps a lot. Shall I summarize our next step? Yes, we need to do something about all this. Let's see. Regarding our main objective, or the so-called Curse of the Raging Waves, without knowing how to lift it, there isn't much we can do right now. I don't suppose there's a chance you'd be able to break the curse using brute force. You're quite good at that. It's certainly an option if worst comes to worst, but I can't say I have high hopes that it would work. I guess it would be more realistic to try to find some clues about the whereabouts of your ancestors' keepsake instead. Indeed, it is said that item may hold the key to lifting the curse of the raging waves. But even the location, the map pointing to the keepsake has unfortunately been lost to time. Although the map was said to have been hidden inside the model of a mermaid mummy. When rumor says it was sold overseas during the Edo period. That doesn't sound promising. If you can't find it, I guess we're gonna try to break the curse with brute force. Yes. Sorry. But to even consider that route, we need much more intel from the island. Which is why we need to head to Kamishima. And at the very least, advise the locals to evacuate. Yes, hopefully someone of influence there will believe us about the curse of the raging waves. So, you know what? Not a mermaid. She doesn't look like she doesn't look like Mare. So she can't be a mermaid. I'm calling that now. This is my shot, right? But again, we'll find out why she came after the earthquake, though. That's how it works. Yeah, they're all the same. They're all the same. Regarding the unidentified skeletons, until we can identify the victim from the sketch, we have no other clear leads moving forward. I believe this is best left to Detective Ide's hands. Yes, agreed. And I think the same goes for that Somekawa woman from earlier. We'll have Detective Ide look into her. It's nice to have someone we can rely on. I agree on that end too. Let's get Ide to do all the work. No wonder he looks like Adachi. Look, I'm the mermaid expert here. Not really, but I'm the mermaid expert here. In other words, we can safely leave the skeleton case to him for now. Yes, though we should remain vigilant regarding the cursed stones. Something wrong? No, it just seems that one of the islanders I spoke with seems to be calling me over. Something may have happened. I'll go find out. Please do. I did. Well, it's not. You can't really say I wrote the book. There are a lot of mermaid books, and mine was very bad. Ma'am, what is it? The person who called me over shared a new piece of information. They were told to keep it secret, but open up since we are with the police. Go on. Earlier this morning, down by the shore, apparently someone found something that resembled the corpse of a mermaid. A mermaid? Really? The same person reported it to a local authority and was immediately ordered to tell no one, not even the police. You're kidding me. The local authority then contacted an unknown individual. Soon after, someone came and secretly retrieved the mermaid corpse. That couldn't be more suspicious, could it? Exactly, they were uneasy about the whole thing, which is why they confided in me. What shall we do? To describe what the mermaid looked like? Yes, they said from head to shoulders, it was human, but below that, entirely fish. So it's not the classic mermaid from fairy tales, it would seem. Only the head was human. They also said it was completely dried out, almost mummified. The face was unrecognizable. Something fish. So true, Test. But they thought it resembled a local ama diver named Tamiko Suma. What? Apparently she went out diving alone this morning and hasn't returned. That's likely what worried the witness the most. That is troubling. Damn it. Just what we needed. More things to deal with. First things first, let's deal with this mermaid story. Come on. So we're going forward, but we're still not like... Okay, let's do this. It's just so funny. We're just not going to use for forever, but well, we're just gonna continue this. This is probably gonna be the last section I do today, but so let's hope it's a good one. Isashima investigation. A mermaid corpse had been discovered on the beach near Ichikatown. While Yumiko and her partner are investigating its whereabouts, they run into an important local figure. Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man. Not like I have much choice when it comes from some bigwig from the prefectural police badgering me to do so. So you're Shiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Security Division, was it? And here I thought you were just some housemaid. You sure you're from the police in that getup? Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. You're known as, Unkaku Dono. Unkaku Dono, I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. Rumors, eh? "70 years old. Occupation, tycoon. A wealthy tycoon who owns multiple companies and swaths of land, particularly in the Tsu and Ise area. Born in the Taisho period, unmarried. His family came first into business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town, selling talismans, miscanthus reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the Meiji period, this business expanded into a trading company, and the Yamashina family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family business and the daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all shares he owned, using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks, a practice that made him extremely wealthy. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a particular liking to. This approach led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which included Shinobu Wakamura and Kamishima. Those who have received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unkaku Dono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control, all in an effort to garner even more status and money. Wow! Can't believe a rich person doing all this. Who would have thought? In the shadows of many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen into bankruptcy or been arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. As a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, both publicly and privately, and has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began seriously considering the issue of a successor, driven by his determination that his beloved fortune should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amount of money into researching the topic. So he would have some interest in mermaids. I need some water. Yes, I hear you've been doing some research, or some under-the-table research into immortality? Yes, and so what if I am? Well, now, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but I guess it does make you a bit more relatable. You can laugh all you want. What's it got to do with the police anyway? It seems, on this particular occasion, it has quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately. You don't say. The splendid gardens of all fall within the grounds of Mr. Yamashina's Ise City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family, but I suppose he has an image to maintain. That is some intense stare. Mockingbird number 9. Hell yeah, they're back. These popular bird mascot stickers seem to pop up everywhere. No one knows who the artist is behind these quirky rough and tumble birds, or where they'll show up next, but they quickly become popular for their bizarre yet oddly cute designs. Be in the right place at the right time in Ise and the surrounding areas, and you might be able to find all 20 of them. Reach a total of 5 and 20 stickers to unlock fun bonus contents at these milestones. So I missed a few. There's one in the seabed. I see. Damn, there's a lot on this. Okay, well, I'll have to level up there. Titan Killer. Damn, I probably would not have noticed it if I didn't have the, like, vision ability. People who like Yamashina have a tendency to underestimate me whenever I meet them alone. Someone intimidating like Soto with me gets them to take me more seriously. I'm glad he's here with me today. Yeah, for real. It's the most important part, right? I was able to get an appointment with him this quickly. Yes, and all thanks to Detective Ide, it would seem he's quite a capable fellow. This is Yoshiatsu Yamashina. He's a tycoon with multiple properties and companies to his name, mostly based here in Ise-shima. He's long been rumored of being involved in various shady dealings. Special Investigations has had an eye on him for a while now, but they haven't managed to find any concrete evidence so far. It seems his knack for pinning the blame on his subordinates before finding a way to slip away. Let's just say, he and the police are quite familiar with each other by this point. Though I don't doubt he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind the scenes. No one needs for me to get involved in all that. Oh, sorry, there's no need for me to get involved in all that. I'll be satisfied as long as I get the information we need from him. I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning? What? The corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We can't ask you to release it into police custody. No idea what you're on about. Of course, you'll get something in return. We have quite some information I'm sure you'll find profitable in exchange. Like I said, no idea what you're talking about. If that's all you came for, then scram. Pity. I thought you'd be interested in what we had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality. I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural that you'd be wary of our intentions. What do you say to a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Unkaku Dono? Ooh, now we have some sinister music. By the way, you're well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken. This doesn't have anything to do with what we came. This doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk about. But I was wondering if you happen to recognize the person in the sketch. It seems he lived in the Issei Shima area around 6 years ago. Nope, never seen him. I assume you heard the news about the old human bones we found on the seabed. The sketch is of one of the victims from the case. You sure you have no idea who it could be? First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me. I heard you've been putting quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth? Useless. The lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that have let all this new generation tripe go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out there strutting around like they own the place. Far too big for their britches. My, what a scathing review. Would our resident member of the new generation like to comment at all? Soto's just looking like, ma'am, don't drag me into this. Please don't call me that. I hear you've been searching for a successor, though. Given your strong opinions on the matter, I take it that you're struggling? Though I can see why that would lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself. That might have been true when I started my research. Oh, I take it that isn't the case now? I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Though, I don't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime. Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though. Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor. Oh? Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job. That's so. I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean you no longer have any need for immortality then. Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply had nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research for medical advancement. You understand. Think of it as doing my bit for society. You a lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you mind your own business for a change? Well, there's not much we can say to that. We'll try to be more discerning from now on. We'll find out. Ray chose my successor. No need to harp on it anymore. are rewritten up in my will and passed off to my lawyer. You be sure to let your friends at the police know too. By the way, you're obviously not just some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you? I believe I mentioned it when I introduced myself. I'm just a simple housewife. A likely tale. Plus, that fellow next to you's got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he? My, how observant of you. I suppose you could say that, yes? Doesn't take a genius to see it. One of them phony psychic types, are you? Phony? Ha! Hit a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind lately. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you. Soto's just like, I'm not fake, I'm not fake. You seem to have quite the chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina. Don't know if it's because of this occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks get taken in by that tripe. The occult craze. Spiritual phenomena, the supernatural, aliens, cryptids, lost civilization, extrasensory perception, the list goes on. Such unexplainable phenomena are quick to take on a life of their own. A plesiosaur named Nessie living in Loch Ness. Sightings of mythical creatures like the Tsuchinoko or Hibagon. The urban legends of the Kuchisake Onna and Hanako-san. Television reports of spoon-bending psychics, documentaries featuring spirit photography, and UFOs that become the talk of the school the next day. These are only a few examples of stories that have captivated the public's interest. Magazines specializing in paranormal phenomena continue to thrive with no end to the craze in sight. That Wakamura over on Kamishina is one of them. Talk about a waste of potential. Wakamura? Who might this Wakamura be? Wakamura, he's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over on Kamishina. Used to have high hopes for him, that one. But that changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo. A phony sorcerer in Tokyo. You heard right. Since then, there's been no end to his nonsense. Buying properties out in the mountains, changing company names, all because he has something of this sorcerer whispered in his ear. All because of this something this sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me the layout of my house was unlucky and tried to get me to renovate the place. Just recently, he was going on about some curse causing a big storm. That sort of rubbish. A storm caused by a curse, you say? Even said the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. Been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. But I'm done with him and his ramblings. Man's clearly a lost cause. He'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over on Kamishina. So, even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult. And you do? I figure someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes if criminals can just pull curses left and right? You won't find me disagreeing there. So what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse? Hell if I remember. Why don't you go to Kamishina and ask the man yourself? Maybe we will. Thank you for the information. Is there anything you can tell us about the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is so devoted to? Wakamura went on about how some big shot who appeared on television. Never heard of them. Whoops. As I said, just ask him yourself. Of course, we'll be sure to do so. Can't say I care much about who you are anymore. You going around with some phony psychic tells me all I need to know. How dare you? So calm down. He can think what he wants. There's one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid won't grant you immortality. And what would you know about that? Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but it seems a legend of eating mermaid flesh will grant one. There seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I wanted to say was that it's just that, a legend. It has no basis in reality at all. How can you be so sure? Just think about it. If that legend were true, wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found? Yeah, who's to say they aren't just living in hiding? The legend of Yaobikuni is passed down over 100 years across, over 100 places across Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has ever been found to show for it. So you mean to say all those legends were fake? Please? Even if one of those tales is true, there's always a chance there's an immortal hiding away somewhere. Ah, you really are quite the dreamer, aren't you? I figure you're trying to bluff me out of that mermaid course for some reason or other. But now I'm sure of it. That thing's hiding some secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out? Well, this went bad. So you meant to have the mermaid corpse then? Oh, don't worry. We assumed that much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in a sort of mummified state now. I doubt you'll be eating it as is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over. So you can hog it for yourself? You won't fool me that easily. You don't think it's that a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in care of a proper research institute? I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved. I suppose so. Gotta get more water. I'll make sure that mermaid gets properly studied. Or studied properly. Don't you worry about that. Let's look into the corpse of the mermaid we found earlier this morning. It seems unlikely that it was taken into custody of... It's highly likely that it was taken into the custody of Mr. Yamashina here. He's quite a big shot around here with plenty of weight to throw, both politically and financially. Of course, the local police know him, and of his moniker, Ukaku Dono. We had to get one of the higher-ups to act as an intermediary to get a meeting with him. Personally, I'm just happy as long as we can get the mermaid corpse baths from him. I still won't complain if he can tell us anything about the curse as well. He's quite the curmudgeon, so we'll have to watch our step when dealing with him. I'm amazed we were able to get a point with him so this quickly. Yes, and all thanks to... Yeah, we already got that. Apparently he wears that crested hakama every day. Not exactly casual wear for most people. Wearing something like that in this summer heat, that's commitment to keeping up with appearances. How about this then? If you agree to give up the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality, which suggests to me you found something you consider quite conclusive. What are you on about now? Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most people. So it's like, what's she about to do? What's she about to do? Ma'am, are you sure? It's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see. You don't say. And, well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant a human immortality. Ha, I knew it. More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals. So they have a lifespan of 800 years. That's why her eyes are weird, right? That's right. As the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately. Sounds like a real blessing. No, I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse mermaids placed upon humans. A curse? Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It is a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of those who have become 800-year immortals have found happiness. Not one. It renders living among other humans impossible and makes them an outcast from society. Yamashina's just like, I'm already that. I don't care. Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable. But after that, every meeting ends in parting. You outlive whomever you love or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it'll only be for a time. You'll be shunned eventually. You'll expend this over and over for 800 years. 800 years of unable to die. 800 years unable to die with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yao Bikuni did. I suppose that makes sense. Still, there'll always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be. You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are certain conditions that must be met for this curse of immortality to be effective. Eating a mermaid flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal. And what exactly are these conditions? Sorry to be disappointed, but I'm not aware of the specifics there myself. 800-year immortal, a person who has gained an 800-year lifespan after being cursed by a mermaid. Someone who ingests part of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a being known as an 800-year immortal. Once cursed, the individual's body is lost, and a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Their soul is transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control it as their own, with their consciousness presiding over both their soul and body from the head. As such, they could already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. If the individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will instantaneously be restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. In the event they lose any body parts, their heart will treat the largest remaining part of them as their main body and regenerate any lost parts. From there, with the removed parts subsequently vanishing, this even occurs if in the event that the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally. As these people feel physical sensations and pain to the same extent that they would in their original body, it is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is an 800-year immortal or not unless they die even for the individual themselves. The lifespan of the provisional body is 800 years from the time of its creation, due to the individual's original body being already being lost. Not even the mermaid responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years has passed. I can say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid. Huh? Bullshit! Ain't no way that's anything other than a mermaid. Yeah, right? I guess next game's just gonna have to keep doing that, just gonna keep going. Go to the research. For what sorry. What I mean to say is that Mummy is a different being from the mermaids who wield this curse. Not half fish, half beings are not all half fish, half man beings are mermaids. The most mortal man in history. True. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what led to mishaps like this one. Say what? You're telling me that that's not a mermaid? That real mermaids are a completely separate thing? That's right. Which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal. Seems you weren't bluffing at all. So what is that thing then? There's got to be some reason you're after it. I imagine that even if you had it dissected and examined, all the results would point to it being a massive fiber. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that, you see. The mummy is merely the corpse of an average human, twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the forsaken fish. What? Another curse? Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens, that would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. Now, you see now, I'd rather you handled the mermaid over to us. The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely, even you're not so hard-hearted as to deny them that. Curses this, curses that. It's all a bunch of hokum, if you ask me. That said, the report from the Research Institute earlier said exactly the same thing. Oh my, I take it you already had the mermaid dissected then? They said it was likely a fake, but I asked if I wanted to keep going anyway. I told them to keep at it, but it should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse, least of all information on immortality. Won't you consider handing it over? Of course, we could always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse. Alright, have it your way. I'm glad you have come around. Thank you for your cooperation. Now we actually have a charge we can lay on him. I'll give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange, I want you to tell me one thing. What is it? You say there's a real mermaid out there. Where are these real mermaids hiding then? I suppose you would call it the eternal world. The eternal world? Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is in Ryugu, the domain of the sea god. Ryugu? And how do you get there? I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human. Ha! You can claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like hokum. That said, the entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Ise Sea. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in the area's long history. Which is why Ise Bay has its share of mermaid legends too. Now that you mention it, I've heard one of those stories too. Some old tale about mermaids being found on some long lost island called Taishima or something like that. Huh? Wait a moment. Where'd you hear that story? Ha! Caught your interest, have I? Looks like the story has some merit to it after all. I'm simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name that I've come across in any historical records. Taishima. An island said to have previously been located to the south of Kamishima. It has long since vanished. It is sometimes referred to as Taishima, Taishima, or Lost Island. No official records remain, and it remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in tales of passed down between residents of Ise Shima area. Legends say the island was besieged by someone 400 years prior, and the curse of the murdered islanders caused the entire island to sink. Sounds like it's just something I heard from one of the youngins I have out there looking for mermaids. Sounds you got a capable young hand. I don't suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual? Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids. Every last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it then. It's clear you're no ordinary housewife after all. Not interested? Then this meeting is over. I'll hand over the corpse to the police as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine. I'm glad there's a map break here. Hey there, you two. Sorry for calling you out here when you're so busy. I figured it'd be best to give you the rundown on our findings as soon as possible. It's no problem. Go ahead. What do we have here? It's a poster advertising Kamishima. Something about it catch your eye? No, I was just thinking, surely it would be better to put it somewhere where tourists will actually see it. Good post. Good point. Maybe they had some posters left over. Interested in Kamishima, are you? It's a nice place. Great tourist spot, too. I'd recommend it. It's just a kid. That's not a bird. That's just the police box I was waiting at. Something about it? Something you were wondering about it? No, I just happened to find myself looking at it. That's all. Would you rather talk inside? No, there's no air conditioning, so it's probably cooler out here. Oh, that's quite alright. Talking out here should be fine. Yes. Right now, this is one of Ise City's residential districts. Oh, sorry, this is one of Ise City's residential districts. Right now, the ground is so hot, the air around it seems to be shimmering. Oof, oof, oof. Love that heat. No, I don't think it did. Don't see anything. Actually, yeah, I can imagine. I'm actually gonna get up for a second. I'll be quick. And we'll finish off this chapter when I get back. Man, I gotta say, going on vacation during daylight savings time and then coming back, a few weeks later, is really weird because like, it's like, I remember before I left, I swear it was getting dark around like 5:30ish, and now it's like 7, still bright. Well, I guess maybe at that point it was like getting dark at probably close to 6:30ish. Hey, welcome to the stream. Hope you are enjoying the current game we got going. Wondering about my suit, are you? That's a cheap old thing. Sorry, I don't have anything more presentable. Oh, you look fine. Despite the heat, Soto looks as unruffled as ever. I do hope he isn't just pretending to be alright. Yeah, no, I love the first game. The first game definitely, it was, like, basically recommended, and it was kind of like, oh, yeah, obviously, like, kind of was like, oh, yeah, you know, you'd like it. And I really, really did, so I was really happy that they, suddenly made a sequel. Let's hear what Detective Ida has to say. Oh yeah, I looked into that lady you were asking about, Somikawa. Oh yes, did you find anything? Well, it seems she hasn't registered as a resident, even though she moved here 5 years ago. And nothing came up for Somikawa in the Silver Registry either. So, I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from. Sorry to disappoint. I see. Is that quite common? Happens. It's not unheard of for folks from the countryside to come here for work and just drift on with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently it was really common during the post-war growth period. I see. It seems we have quite the mysterious woman on our hands. Yep, though there's something I've been wondering about. Oh, let's hear it. You have some idea who she might be? Well, have you heard of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster? It was a big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back. I have, yes. One of the victims of that disaster was an ama diver and housewife by the name of Kamishima. From Kamishima by the name of Mare Minakuchi. But it seems her maiden name was Somikawa. So a mysterious woman shares a surname with a maritime disaster victim. I'm impressed you managed to dig that up. I was already looking into the Kamishima disaster because of the skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence, if anything. Yeah. So you thought they might be related too? I'm glad it wasn't just me. Anyways, it seemed like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking. Wait, are you saying? Yep. I was thinking Mari Minakuchi could have survived the disaster 5 years ago. And you think she then moved to Ichika and started going by her old name of Somikawa again? That's right, what do you think? Seems like a long shot, but maybe? But if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ichika for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family? Maybe she lost her memories from the disaster. Right, if she had only her old memories to rely on, it wouldn't be that odd that she went back to using her old name. Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It's difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years. It's possible that she just never ran into anyone she knew. That kind of thing is more likely than you think. Oh, speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mari Minakuchi from a report on the disaster. Haven't met this Somikawa myself, so you could take a look for me and let me know what you think. Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. What do you think, Soda? If she aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I can certainly see how this woman might come to resemble Miss Somikawa. My thoughts exactly. So, there is a part of me that was like, maybe she is an immortal. Maybe she is one of the 800-year immortals, and like that's why she survived the boating incident. But also, can't really go and get, but I can't read. So that's like a theory I can think of, possibly. Maybe she actually did lose memory. Like she came back, but then she lost her memory. She's kind of going. But at the same time, based on the description we got in the thing, would she be able to have a kid, right? Like, if she has, like, a spirit body, she's more spirit than human. But there's still a lot of the game left, right? So we have a lot of theories going out here, like, oh, this person's a mermaid now, this person's a mermaid now. It did. So maybe if she died, it returns to, it returns to before she got married. But also, like, she still is, like, messed up in some way, so she can't really quite, she's not quite sane, but we'll find out. So you agree it's a pretty solid theory. It's certainly worth looking into, yes. But if she really is Mari Minakuchi, there's something else that concerns me. Something else? But that doesn't also explain the fish, but... This is just what I've heard. But it seems like the islanders over on Kamishima think Mari Minakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago. What? Why would they think that? No idea. But it seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is sort of taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be that odd if she felt she couldn't go back home because of that. Surely not. It seems as good a reason as any why she wouldn't have want to come forward anyway. If she really is related to the storm 5 years ago, she's a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first. Can I leave? Oh, can I leave talking to Miss Somikawa to you two then? We'll handle that. Yes. But the thing is, she wouldn't know that she was blamed until like later, unless somehow word got to her that she was blamed. So did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina? Yes, thanks. Thank you again for your help there. It seems he's willing to hand the body over without any fuss. Really, that's great. Sorry? Still, why would some big shot tycoon go all that trouble to withhold a body? If everything I've heard is true, you could probably take him on charges of desecrating a corpse, you know? Or was there something special about that corpse? How observant of you, detective. I can, of course, explain if you'd like to know more. Wait a second. Is it related to that secret department of yours? I think I'm better off not knowing if so. Oh, really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold. Ma'am, please stop trying to rope him into helping us. No, I'm glad how often he does his like perturbed face. Just please. I never met the guy, but I heard he's quite the cranky old geezer. How'd your meeting go? I bet he was pretty aware of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he? Well, I'm not sure you could say it went smoothly, but I don't think we upset him, at least, probably. You don't sound very sure about that. Oh, right. That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So we got all hands on deck to go. We got all hands on deck to go around asking about that sketch you gave me. We finally found someone who recognized the victim. Oh, that's great news. The person who recognized him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Apparently the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city. Yeah, no, she's got some pretty good poses. I'm not surprised because there were some really good poses and faces in the previous game. But, I'm liking Yumiko a lot. I'm liking her a lot more than I thought I would on my initial impression. But these two have been great. Like, I've been pretty glad we've gotten to, like, basically just hang out with them. Because at first I was like, oh, yeah. Yuza and Azami, yeah, they're cool. They're cool. I'm liking these two. And then we got to Sato and what's her name? I already forgot her name. I feel bad. Tsukasa, yeah. Of course. Like, yeah, I was like, oh, these two are fun. Oh, that's cool. And then I'm like, oh, we got to these two, and I was just like, we started, I was like, I don't know. And then we really started. I was like, oh, these two are cool. So 7 years ago, he was 19 now. From the sounds of it, the guy had no relatives to speak of. Left the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. She doesn't know what happened to him after that. I see. That would make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did we get a name for our mystery man? Sure did. His name was Ipe Ikoma. Ipe Ikoma. I looked up his residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumano to Ise City 7 years ago. But it seems he doesn't live at the place he put up as his address anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. I checked with the apartment's landlords, and it would seem that about 6 years ago, the landlord and his contract terminated. Or the landlord has contract terminated after he failed to both pay his rent and return to his apartments for several months straight. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid. If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains. We keep looking into Ikoma to see if he was involved in anything that might have led to his murder. Of course, there's always the possibility we just got the wrong guy. So we'll keep asking around just in case. Please do. So this has been updated. Testimonies indicate that an individual in the sketch resembles a youth by the name of Ipe Ikoma who went missing 6 years ago. He has no known relatives. The woman we spoke to said that sketch was really accurate. No doubt in her mind it was Ikoma. Well, that accurate. Then I'm sure we got the right person. Still, how do you even make that sketch? There was nothing left the victim but bones. Well, let's just say that it's classified for now. Right. I guess that means I shouldn't pry any further. So people believe this Mari Minakuchi was called forth the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago, do they? I was expecting the curse of the raging waves to come up here of all places. Wait. That's it, I remember now. The sole survivor of Taishima, his surname was Somikawa. Oh dear. Oh dear. There's something else about Somikawa, a wooden box? Surely that'd be too much of a coincidence. Well, that's about all I had to report. Thank you, Detective. That was very informative. As our next move, could we ask you to keep looking into Kipe Ikoma for us? Roger that. We'll see if we can find Somikawa again and hear what she has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamishima will have to wait until tomorrow. So it seems. Oh, you had business on Kamishima too? That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes. But now we got caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that will have to come first. And here I was hoping to get this over with as soon as possible so I can get back home to my husband. So I see, you sure are devoted to your husband. Oh, very much. Though I do worry he never eats properly when I'm not around. He's going to 7-Eleven all the time. In any case, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it's just something that could be even if it's just something out of the ordinary happening, anything could be of help. Yeah, for real, Toast. Sure, will do. Though, you're kind of making me worried something might actually happen now. I certainly prefer it if it didn't. Anyways, we're counting on you, Detective. It's still going. Also, at first, because I thought that before we actually got to like playing with her, I thought that she was like knowing that we hit the recall button, but Now that we met with what's his name, the rich asshole, I have a feeling that she was staring at Sato. Like there's something about it that she was able to kind of connect Sato with that guy. Especially since she's living with Wakana. That was his name, right? Wakamura. Bad news, ma'am. It seems we're a step too late. What do you mean? It seems someone... It seems someone came and took that Somakawa woman out to sea just a few minutes ago. What? According to the witness, a foreign man came to the port with Miss Somakawa in tow. They boarded a motorboat that was moored there and headed out to the bay. Ah, so that would explain... Okay. It didn't appear to be by force, so I could probably assume they knew each other. Foreign man. Not sure what's going on, but we should probably get a boat and follow just in case. Yes, let's see if... Soto, what's wrong? The spiritual force is overwhelming. My body won't move. What's going on? The girl over there. Is she doing this? You can withstand this curse? You really are strong, mister. Oh, I wonder if this is the sorcerer that, the other guy is, involved with. Sorry, I can't let you go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. Voitikos Numa. Guardian Spirit, grant me the wisdom of the numerous. Oh, high guidance spirit, light my path ahead. It seems like they saved us the effort of searching for them. So it seems. Let's see if this girl could tell us what we want to know. Who are you? I could ask the same of you. What do you want with Miss Somikawa? So you know who Miss Somikawa is, do you? Maybe. What's it to you? Ma'am, this girl's spirit sense is extremely potent, but she lacks experience. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people. If I have an opening, I can use my curse of binding to restrain her. Usually it's too risky to use on ordinary people, but that shouldn't apply here. Alright, I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her, so this is a good opportunity as any. I'll see if I can get her to lower her guard when she wavers. I'll signal for you to use the curse of binding. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. On your signal. That's when they let their guard down. Press the use curse button to signal to him to use it. You only have 3 chances to use this curse. Now then, there's no need to be so uptight about. How about we stop all this and just talk a bit? Not happening. You're just gonna use the curse the moment I drop my focus. Can we assume the foreign man who took Miss Somikawa was a friend of yours then? So what if he was? Why are you trying to follow them? You certainly have remarkable strength for your age. Why? It might be even too much for us. What's with the sudden praise? You're creeping me out. If you resist anymore, we'll have to take you in for obstruction of public duties. Wait, you're with the police? Wait, I saw that. Despite appearances, yes, defying us could net you quite the heavy punishment. I see. You must be from Paranormal Affairs. Okay, she's too wary of us. So okay, I thought because she was looking away, I thought maybe. They have quite some nerve standing up to us despite knowing where we're from. Don't think you'll get off lightly for this. Threatening me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency, right? We'd rather not be heavy-handed about this either. Let's calm down and find some other way to resolve it. Sorry, but that won't work on me. I'm at a rebellious age, you see? What do you want, Mrs. Somikawa? I can say the same to you. You just want the relic for yourselves, don't you? What, you know about the relic? You're also with Paranormal Affairs, Dad. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. I suppose this is the trouble with secret departments. Not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother. So we're both from Paranormal Affairs. Are we? Let's talk. Perhaps there's some way we can help. I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of your business anyways. So with Paranormal Affairs, but you need the relic yourself. So you're unwilling to cooperate with us, am I correct? If that's what you think, can you give up already? It's not questioning why we're going all over the place. Even knowing we're from Paranormal Affairs, you kept a straight face and hid all your ties. I can tell you're both bold and smart. Thanks, I guess. Will you give up now? Alright, I understand where you're coming from. We won't interfere anymore. So, you can stop now. Ma'am? You grown-ups and your dirty tricks. You did well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. Now, you will tell us what you're up... Now, will you tell us what you're... up to here? Ugh. I suppose I slowed you down enough. You'll never catch up to the boat now. Plaka Asteri, guide my path, and with thy merciful hand uphold me. What, she broke the binding? Bye-bye. Ah, confound it. Stop right there. Looks like she's giving us a slip. I doubt we'll be able to catch her now. It's gonna have to have a word about Paranormal Affairs. A word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl. I got an achievement for winning the duel. I'll put in a call to Paranormal Affairs about our errant young lady just now. I see. I assume she's indeed affiliated with them. Yes, it seems her name is, Circe? Circe? Lunar Light? She's an exorcist from England who's come here on an exchange. Part of her spiritual training, I understand. The Lunar Light family, huh? I see. Circe? Oh, are they well known? I've heard of them, yes. They're a distinguished family of exorcists. Quite an old one, too. It would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense. Right. In any case, it seems she's in the care of Paranormal Affairs while she's in Japan. Honestly, I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance. What is she doing here in Mie Prefecture? Well, it seems even Paranormal Affairs isn't sure what she's up to. They've been looking for her. From the sound of things, she's been skipping her training assignments and traveling around Japan, visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead. It doesn't seem like they're keeping an eye on her at all. Unfortunately not. They asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo at once next we see her. When we next see her. I see. More work for us then. Yes. The things we found ourselves caught up in. She seems to know about Somikawa too. I've got a bad feeling about all this. Should I try looking for her? I imagine she's still in the area. No, not now. If all that is true, I doubt she's looking to cause too much trouble. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into each other again eventually. I think there's enough trouble. That's enough trouble for one day. Let's call it a day. We'll head to Kamoshima first thing tomorrow. Understood. Okay, we actually get to advance the plot next time. That's funny. Crazy. Yeah, interesting start. There is a lot of like I definitely feel like the start of last game was a little bit stronger with its hook. Especially with like the kind of the creepy, like we specifically had an idea, but there's a lot going on here that's like we have some ideas and some not what we're sure about, but was it yeah, because like we start with Shogo, right, and that whole thing, and that was a big draw into the main game as a whole, and then we got everyone, right, and it was like, oh, what are we doing here? But no, I appreciate, yeah, I appreciate that they're just doing this. Like, again, you don't want everything to be the same, right? So like, I am liking this so far. We'll see where that gets us. And, yeah. I'll be back at this tomorrow. Hopefully at around a reasonable time, like 3:30, 4 o'clock Eastern time. And we'll get a couple more hours done. And, yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing this. I'm really, really excited to just suddenly have this as a stream game this year. So, hope you all have been enjoying it. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I hope to see you guys back here tomorrow. Peace out, everyone.